When in the darkest night you can see the morning, then there is beauty, then you have achieved. When in the lotus you can see the highest, when even in hell you can create a heaven, then you have become the artist of life. And Tantra wants to make you the artists of life, not deniers, but great yes-sayers. Accept, and by and by, you will feel the more you accept, the less is their desire. If you accept, how can desire stand there? Whatsoever the case is in this moment, you accept it. Then there is no movement for anything else. You live it moment to moment in deep acceptance. You grow without there being any goal, without there being any desire to go somewhere and be something else or somebody else. Tantra says, be yourself, and that is the only being you can achieve ever. With acceptance, desires fall. With acceptance, the desirelessness comes into being by itself. You don't practice it, you don't force it upon yourself. You don't cut your desires, just by accepting, they disappear. And when suddenly one moment happens that you accept totally and all desires have gone, there is a sudden enlightenment. Suddenly, without doing anything on your part, it happens. That's the greatest gift this existence can give to you. Tantra, the Supreme Understanding. 65. Osho. Chapter 5. The Innate Truth. This is the Tantra attitude towards life. There is no other life than this, and there is no other world than this. This very samsara is the nirvana. Just you have to be a little more understanding, more accepting, more childlike, less egoistic. Now, the Sutras of Tilapa. The practice of mantra and PARAMITA, instruction in the sutras and precepts, and teaching from the schools and scriptures, will not bring realization of the innate truth. No Vedas will help, no Bibles. The practice of mantra will not be of any help, rather, it can become the hindrance. What is a mantra in fact? What are you doing when you are chanting a mantra? What is Maharishi Mahesh Yogi teaching people when he is teaching transcendental meditation? He is saying to repeat a certain word for a certain mantra continuously inside. Ram, 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 adum, 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 anything, even your own name will do, even if you repeat H20. H20, H20, that will do, because the question is not the sound or the word. The question is if you repeat continuously something, by the very repetition something happens. What is that? When you repeat a certain word continuously, the rhythm is created inside. Cramp, 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 the rhythm is created, and the rhythm is monotonous. Whenever you repeat a certain word continuously, a monotony happens. Monotonous. Repeating a certain word continuously, you start feeling sleepy. This is what hypnosis is. This is auto-hypnosis. Repeating a mantra is auto-hypnotizing. You become drunk from your own monotonous sound rhythm. It is good. Nothing is bad in it. It gives you a good sleep, very refreshing. If you are tired, it is a good mental trick. You will feel fresh, even fresher than you can feel in ordinary sleep, because the ordinary sleep cannot go so deep as a mantra sleep can go, because in ordinary sleep many thoughts continue, dreams continue, they continuously disturb. But if you repeat a certain mantra continuously, nothing else can be there. only the mantra. It takes you to very, very deep sleep. In yoga, we have a special word for it. In Sanskrit, sleep is called nidra, and a sleep created by mantra chanting is called tandra. That is a deeper sleep but still sleep. It is called yoga tandra, sleep created by yoga, mantra, chanting. If you are disturbed in your sleep, thulium can be helpful. That's why in America it seems Maharishi's influence has been great, because America is the most disturbed country as far as sleep is concerned. So many tranquilizers are being used, so many sleeping pills are being used. People have lost the natural capacity to sleep, hence the influence. In India, nobody bothers about thulium because people are already sleeping so deeply that it is difficult to wake them. A mantra gives you a subtle sleep. As far as it goes, it is good, but don't think that it is meditation. Then you become the victim. Don't think that it is a meditation. It is just a mental tranquilizer, and it is as chemical as any sleeping pill. Because sound changes the chemistry of your body. Sound is part of the chemistry of your body. That's why in the certain type of music you feel very, very refreshed. The music falls on you, cleanses you, as if you have taken a bath. Sound changes the chemistry of your body. There are certain types of music which will make you very passionate and sexual. Just their hitting sounds change your chemistry of the body. Tantra the Supreme Understanding 66 Osho. Chapter 5. The Innate Truth. A mantra is creating an inner music with a single note. Monotony is basic to it, and there is no need to ask Maharishi Mahesh Yogi about it. Every mother in the world knows about it. Whenever the child is restless, she hums a lullaby. A lullaby is a mantra, just 2 or 3 words, even meaningless, no need for any meaning to be there. She sits by the side of the child, or takes the child near her heart. That too. The beating of the heart is a monotonous music. So whenever a child is restless, the mother puts his head on her heart. The beat of the heart becomes a mantra, and the child is befooled. He falls asleep. Or, if the child has grown a little and cannot be befooled so easily, then she chants a lullaby, just 2 or 3 words, monotonous, simple words. She goes on repeating. Monotony helps. The child falls into sleep. Nothing bad in it. Better tranquilizer than any chemical pill. But still a tranquilizer. A pill. Subtle. The sound pill. But it affects the chemistry of the body. So if you are disturbed in your sleep, if you have a certain degree of insomnia, it is good. But don't think that it is meditation. It will make you more and more adjusted, but it will not transform you. And the whole society is always trying to make you more adjusted to it. It has tried religion to make you adjusted to it. It has tried morality. It has tried mantra, yogas. It has tried psychoanalysis, and many types of psychiatry, to bring you back to the adjusted society. The whole goal of the society is how to create an adjusted individual. But if the whole society is wrong, being adjusted to it cannot be good. If the whole society is mad, being adjusted to it means only becoming mad. Somebody asked Sigmund Freud once, in fact, what exactly are you doing in psychoanalysis? And what is the goal of it? He said, and he was a really authentic person, he said, At the most, what we can do is this: we make hysterical, unhappy people normally unhappy. That's all. Hysterically unhappy people, normally unhappy. We bring them back to the normal unhappiness, like everybody else. They were going a little too much. They were creating too much unhappiness and they were becoming neurotic. We bring them back to the normal neurosis of humanity. Freud says, man can never be happy. Man can only be either neurotically unhappy or normally unhappy, but man can never be happy. As far as ordinary humanity is concerned, his diagnosis seems to be exactly right, but he is not aware of a Buddha or a Tilipa. He is not aware of those who have achieved the total, blissful state of being. And it is as it should be, because a Buddha will not go to be treated by Freud. For what? Only hysterical persons come to Freud, and then he treats them. And his whole knowledge, his whole experience, is of hysterically neurotic people. He has not known a single individual, in his whole 40 years' experience with patients, who is happy. So he is right. Empirical. His experience shows that there are only two types of people: normally unhappy and hysterically unhappy. And at the most we can help this much: we can make you more adjusted. Mantra, psychoanalysis, religion, morality, churches, prayers, they have all been used to make you adjusted. And the real religion starts only when you start on a journey of transformation, not to be adjusted to the society, but to be in harmony with the cosmos. To be adjusted to the society, you have to fall down. It happens many times that a madman has nothing wrong in him. The madman is simply too much of an energy and he cannot adjust himself to the society. He goes astray. A madman is too much of an individual. A madman is too talented in certain things that he cannot get adjusted to the society. And you must remember, all geniuses always remain maladjusted in the society. And out of 100 Tantra the Supreme Understanding 67 show. Chapter 5. The Innate Truth. Geniuses, almost 80%, always have a trip to the madhouse. They have two, because they go beyond society. They have much more than ordinary society allows. The ordinary society is like a paperweight on you. It won't allow you to fly. The genius throws away the paperweight and would like to be on the wing and go to the farthest corner of the sky. The moment you go beyond the line of the society, the boundary, you are mad, and the whole society tries to readjust you. Tantra says readjustment, adjustment, is not the goal. It is not worth much. Transformation is the goal. What to do? Don't try tricks to be readjusted. Mantra is a trick. If you are feeling that you cannot sleep, then don't try to find sleep through a mantra. Rather, on the contrary, try to find what the restlessness is that is causing you sleeplessness. You may be desiring too much. You may be too ambitious. Your ambition won't allow you to sleep. Your restlessness continues. Your desiring mind goes on and on and on, and the thinking process continues. That's why you cannot sleep. Now there are two ways. One is of mantra and the other is of tantra. Mantra says, don't bother about the causes. You simply repeat a mantra and fall asleep. This is so superficial. Don't bother about the causes, just repeat a mantra, 15 minutes in the morning and 15 in the evening, and you will be able to sleep, and you will feel good and you will feel healthy. But even if you feel good and healthy, what will happen out of it? There are many healthy people who sleep beautifully, but nothing has happened to them. The ultimate blooming has not come. Health is good in itself, but cannot be the goal. To sleep is good, but cannot be the goal. Tantra says find out the causes of why you are restless. The minister in the Indian government used to come to me. He was always worried about his sleep, and he would say, "Just give me some technique so that I can't sleep." But I told him, the politician cannot sleep. That is not possible. The politician is not meant to sleep. He is not expected to sleep. That is good, and I am not going to give you any technique. You go to Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, he will give you a technique without asking why. And in fact he went. Then he came after 3 months. He said, "You suggested and it worked. Now it is beautiful. Now I can't sleep." Then I told him, whenever you need, and you feel that sleep is not enough, that awakening is needed, then come to me, because you can sleep. But what will happen out of it? You will remain the same. In the morning you will again be on the same ambitious trip. You may think something good has happened, but only one thing has happened. Now you will not be aware of the causes. They have been forced by the mantra into the deeper unconscious, and the possibility of transformation has been postponed. I cannot give you better sleep. I would like to give you better awakening, better awareness. The politician is continuously desiring, fighting, competing, jealous, trying to reach higher and higher in the hierarchy. In the end, nothing is achieved. Mullah Nasruddin worked his whole life in politics and went to the highest post possible. Then I asked him, "What have you attained?" He said, "To be frank, I'm the greatest ladder climber in the world. That is my achievement, the greatest ladder climber." But even if you reach the highest rung of the ladder, what then? Your presidents and prime ministers have reached. They are the greatest. Tantra, the Supreme Understanding 680 Show. Chapter 5. The Innate Truth. Ladder climbers. But ladder climbing is not life. And just going on and on climbing bigger and bigger ladders, what is the point of it? Ambition creates restlessness. I would like you to understand your ambition. Desiring creates restlessness. I would like you to be aware of your desiring. This is the way of Tantra. And when the cause disappears, the disease disappears. And if the cause disappears, then you are transformed. The disease is just a symptom. Don't try to hide the symptom. Let it be there. It is good, because it goes on poking, goes on hitting you and saying that something is wrong. If you cannot sleep, it is good because it shows that something is wrong in your very style of life. I am not going to help you to attain better sleep. I will say, try to understand, this is a symptom. This symptom is a friend. It is not an enemy. It is simply showing that deep down in your unconscious there are undercurrents which won't allow you to sleep. Understand them, absorb them, go through them, transcend them, and then there will be a deep sleep. Not because you have forced the symptom underground, but because the disease has disappeared. And in that sleepness a totally different quality of consciousness comes into existence. Then you can be deeply asleep and still alert. It is not hypnosis then. It is not like the drunk state. It is not through the drug. and all mantras are drugs. Very subtle, but still drugs. Don't become the drug addict. Says Tilipa, the practice of mantra and PARAMITA. Instruction in the sutras and precepts, and teaching from the schools and scriptures, will not bring realization of the innate truth. Paramita is a Buddhist word. It means compassion, serving the people. Whatsoever the Christian missionaries are doing all over the world is paramita. Serve, help, sympathize, be compassionate. But Tilipa says that will also not help. I have also observed. I know many people who are social reformers, great servants of society. Their whole life they have devoted and sacrificed for the uplift of people, but no transformation has happened to them. It cannot happen, because serving the people, serving the society, becomes an occupation. They become occupied. In fact, if the society is suddenly transformed by a divine miracle, and there is no beggar to be served, no poor man to be served, no ill person, no hospitals, no mad people, suddenly, if this happens, can you conceive what will happen to your great servants of the society? They will commit suicide, not finding anybody to serve. What will they do? They will simply be at a loss. What will happen to Christian missionaries? If there is nobody to be converted and forced and led and seduced to their path, converted, if everybody becomes Christian, what will they do? Where will they go on their great missions? They will have to commit suicide. If the revolution really happens, what will be the fate of your revolutionaries? What will they do? Suddenly out of job, unemployed, they will start praying to God. Bring back the old society. We need lepers to serve. We need beggars to help. You can be occupied either in your own business, or you can be occupied with other people, but the mind needs occupation. The mind needs that you should forget yourself and be occupied with something. This is an escape from the innate truth. And Tilipa says these are not the ways. Tantra the Supreme Understanding 69 Osho. Chapter 5. The Innate Truth. Tantra has a very, very beautiful thing to say to you, and that is, first, before you start serving anybody else, be absolutely selfish. How can you serve anybody else unless you have attained your inner being first? Be absolutely selfish. If your own inner light is burning, you may be able to help others, otherwise your service will be a mischief. And the world is so much in mischief because of so many revolutionaries, so many social reformers, so many self-appointed servants. They create mischief, they create chaos. It is natural because they have not attained to their own truth and they have started helping others. If you have a light within, you may share your light with somebody else. But if you don't have it, how can you share it? How can you share that which you don't have? A man came to Buddha. He must have been a very, very great revolutionary, like Marcuse or others. And he asked Buddha, "Tell me how I can serve others. I have a deep compassion in me and I would like to make everybody happy." Buddha looked at him. It is said he became sad. Buddha became sad looking at him. The man said, "Why have you become so sad?" Buddha said, "It is difficult because you yourself don't seem to be happy and you are on a mission to make everybody happy. How can you share that which you don't have? First you be And once you are, then it is not a mission. Once you are blissful, then you don't go out of your way to help others. Your very being is a help wherever you are. You don't make it a profession. The way you are, wherever you are. If you sit near the tree, you help the tree. Not consciously, not with any effort on your part. Just being near the tree, and the tree responds, and your inner being flows into the tree, and the tree flows into you, and you have awakened the tree. Someday this tree will become a Buddha and you will be a part in it. You participated in it. And when this tree will become a Buddha and the whole universe will celebrate, you will also celebrate. A part of you, you have given to the tree. You have shared. You sit by a river and you share. You move. Your very movement becomes your compassion. It is nothing to be done. If you do, something is wrong. How can you do love? It is not an act, it is a state of being. You are in love, you have the light, and your doors are open. Then whosoever wants to come into the inner shrine of your being, is invited. And whosoever wants to light his own light from your source of light, you are ready. You never go and seek somebody to help. When you go, one thing is certain, you are not the right person. When you start doing something, one thing is certain, you are creating a mischief. You will simply poke your nose into others' affairs. Let them be themselves. It is enough compassion on your side that you don't disturb them. Don't try to change them. You don't know what you are doing. Only one who is enlightened can help. The help flows spontaneously. It is just like a flower has bloomed, and the winds take the fragrance and they spread it all over the earth. It is very subtle and indirect. It never hits anybody directly. The real master never tries to change anybody directly. He is like a subtle fragrance. He surrounds you. If you are open, a little whiff will enter in you. If you are not open, he will wait at the door. He will not even knock, because that may also disturb your sleep. It is your sleep. You have all the right to sleep as long as you want. It is nobody's business to awaken you. I may have become awakened. I may like you to be awakened, but that is my thing, not your thing. If you are fast asleep and dreaming beautiful dreams, who am I to disturb you? I will wait. I will surround you like the fragrance. And if that fragrance catches you, and if that fragrance brings you out Tantra, the Supreme Understanding 70 Osho, Chapter 5, the innate truth of your sleep. It is okay, but it is not a direct effort. It is very, very indirect. And always remember, only those people who are absolutely indirect can be of any help. Direct help is from the politician, indirect help is from the sage. Instruction in the sutras and precepts, and teaching from the schools and scriptures, will not bring the realization of the innate truth. Why? Because it is already there. It has not to be brought in. You are seeking something which you have already there inside you in its total beauty and perfection. Nothing has to be done. Doing is absolutely irrelevant. You have just to come back home. The guest is already there, but the host is out. You are not inside. Through your desires you are moving more out and more out and more out. You would like to have a big house and a big car, and this and that, and you are moving out more and more. You have no time to come back home. Meditation is nothing but coming back home, just to have a little rest inside. It is not the chanting of a mantra. It is not even the prayer. It is just coming back home and having a little rest. Not going anywhere is meditation. Just being where you are. There is no other where, just being there where you are. Just occupying only that space where you are. Desire takes you on long journeys in time and space, and desire never brings you to your home. It always takes you somewhere else. For if the mind, when filled with some desire, should seek a goal, it only hides the light. That's how you are missing. By going out you are missing. By seeking you are missing. By searching you are missing. By trying to get it you are missing. Nothing is needed on your part. The Divine has given all that can be given to you. You are not sent as a beggar into the world. You are sent as emperors. Just have a look inside. Just in some moments, don't go anywhere. Desireless. Not thinking of the future. Not thinking of the past. Just remaining here and now. And suddenly it is there. It has been always there. And you start laughing. When Linkite was asked that when he attained enlightenment what he did, that was the first thing he did. He said, "What can one do?" I laughed and asked for a cup of tea. I laughed. What was I doing? Seeking something which was already there. All the Buddhas have laughed, and all the Buddhas have asked for a cup of tea, because what else to do? It is already there. You were unnecessarily running here and there, tired. You have come back home. A cup of tea is exactly the right thing. For if the mind, when filled with some desire, should seek a goal, it only hides the light. Your seeking creates the smoke around the flame. You go on running around and around. You stir much dust, and you create much smoke. And it is your own effort that stirs the dust and creates the smoke. And the flame becomes hidden. Rest a little, let the dust settle back to the earth. And if you are not running very fast, not in a hurry, you will not create smoke. By and by, things settle and the inner light is revealed. This is the most fundamental thing in Tantra, that it says that you are already perfect. No other vision says that. They say you have to achieve it. They say you have to go. You have to struggle. And you Tantra, the Supreme Understanding 71 Osho. Chapter 5. The Innate Truth. Have to do many things and the path is arduous. And it is very, very rarely that somebody reaches because the goal is very, very distant. And for millions of lives one has to try, and then one reaches. Perfection has to be achieved. Tantra says this is the reason why you are not achieving. Perfection has not to be achieved. It has to be simply realized that it is there. Tantra offers you enlightenment right here and now. No time, no postponement. Tantra says if you rest, just resting will help. Because by your restlessness you are creating the smoke all around. And you are in such a hurry you cannot listen. If somebody says, rest, you will say, there is no time to rest. I have to achieve the goal and the goal is very far. And if I rest I will miss. Tantra says you are missing because you are running. Tantra says you are missing because you are in such a hurry. He who keeps tantric precepts, yet discriminates, betrays the spirit of ASSISTIVE. Cease all activity, abandon all desire, let thoughts rise and fall as they will like ocean waves. He who never harms the non-abiding, nor the principle of non-distinction, upholds the tantric precepts. Very, very simple. But you are too complex. You are too puzzled inside. Otherwise everything is very, very easy. Cease small activity. Abandon all desire. Let thoughts rise and fall as they will, like ocean waves. What does one do? If you go to the ocean, you simply sit on the shore, on the beach, and you watch the waves rise and fall, and there is a tide and there is an ebb. The ocean passes through many moods. What do? You simply sit and watch. Exactly is the case with the mind. It is also like an ocean. Waves arise and fall. Sometimes there is a tide and much turmoil, and sometimes it is an ebb, and you feel a little silent. In fact, it is the case. The whole consciousness is like an ocean. And your mind is not only yours. Your mind is part of the collective mind. All around you is the ocean of consciousness. Just like fishes in the ocean, you are fishes in the consciousness, in and out, this side and that, above and below, the ocean and the ocean waves. Who are you to disturb it? And who are you to make it quiet and silent? And how can you do it? So whenever a person becomes too interested and eager to calm down the mind, he creates many troubles for himself. It is not possible. And when you try some impossibility, you get frustrated. Then you think of 1,001 causes why it is not happening. The simple fact is it cannot happen. Tantra says, watch it. It is none of your business that thoughts come and go. They come on their own accord. They go on their accord. Why do you get involved in them? Who are you to calm them down? They don't belong to you. They belong to the vast ocean that surrounds you. You were not there, and they were. You will not be one day, and they will remain. Now science accords with this. Every thought is a wave. That's why the radio can broadcast thoughts. They pass through walls and hills and your bodies, and nothing hinders them. Something is broadcast in New York and you hear it here. Now scientists suspect that the possibility is there that soon we may be able to catch thoughts from the past, because thoughts never die. It may be possible someday to catch telepathy saying to Naropa, because of you. That which cannot be Tantra, the Supreme Understanding 72 Osho. Chapter 5. The Innate Truth. Uttered. But because of your trust, I will say it. It is possible because thoughts never die. This thought of telepathy must be somewhere near some start. If we can catch it, science may be capable to someday, because when a thought is broadcast from New York, it takes time to reach Pune. It takes a few seconds, but it takes time. It travels. It will go on traveling. It will leave this earth. It will go on traveling. It will reach in a few million years some start. If we can catch it there, you can listen to it again. Thoughts are an ocean all around you. They exist without you. You just be a witness. So Tantra says, accept them. The tide comes. It is beautiful. The ebb comes. It is beautiful. Big, strong waves trying to reach to the sky. Tremendous energy. Watch it. Then comes a calm ocean. Everything subsided, and the moon reflects in it. Beautiful. Watch it. And if you can watch, you will become absolutely silent. The thoughts may go on coming to the beach, scattering on the rocks. You will remain calm and quiet. They will not affect you. So the real problem is not thoughts, but being affected. Don't fight with the thoughts. Simply become the witness and you are not affected. And it is a richer silence. Remember, and Tantra is always for richer experiences. There is a possibility of creating the dead silence, a silence that you find on the cemetery. You can force your mind so much that the whole nervous system becomes paralyzed. Then there will be no thoughts, because a very delicate nerve system is needed to receive them. The ocean will be there, but you will not be receptive. Your receptivity will be lost. That is what is happening to many yogis, so-called yogis. They go on dulling their nervous systems. They eat less so that no energy moves to the brain. In fasting, the energy cannot move to the brain. The body needs it first. They live in such a way that, by and by, their whole brain system becomes paralyzed, numb, sitting in one posture, monotonous, repeating a mantra, monotonous. If you continuously repeat a mantra for a few years, of course the system becomes dull, because no new sensations enter. The vitality is lost. In fact, this man has not become silent. This man has become more stupid. And you will have the stupid look on many yogis' faces. You will not see the intelligence, you will see something dull, dead. The stone-like thing has happened. They have not attained to silence. They have lost their brains. They have lost their receptivity. They have dulled themselves completely. They are dead. Nothing happens to them inside, because for anything to happen a very delicate nervous system is needed. Very delicate, very receptive, sensitive. So this should be the criterion. If you see on the face of a yogi the radiance, the intelligence, awareness, sensitivity, as if something has flowered within, he is fulfilled, then only silence has happened. Otherwise, one can be silent. Stupid people are, idiots are perfectly silent, because they cannot think. But what type of silence is this? An idiot is not a yogi. An idiot is simply born in such a way that his brain system is not functioning. You can do it with your own brain system by fasting, by yoga postures. You can stand on your head for hours. That will do. SHIRSHASAN is perfect. You stand on your head for hours. That will make your nervous system dead, because your brain exists if very minute energy and blood reaches to it, because the nerves are so delicate, so small, fragile. You cannot conceive because with the bare eye they cannot be seen. Your hair seems to be very thin, it is nothing. A nerve in the brain is just like the hair. If you put 10,000 nerves one on top of another, then they will be of the thickness of the hair. So if blood goes fast, it simply destroys them. It is like the flood. Tantra the Supreme Understanding 73.0 Show. Chapter 5. The Innate Truth. Man attained to this brain, and no animal has attained. Because man stood on the feet, that's why the blood cannot go to the head. It is against the gravitation. The gravitation goes on pulling the blood downwards, and a very minute part of the blood reaches to the head. That's why the subtle system can exist. Animals cannot have it because they move on all fours and their brain remains on the same level as their body. If you stand on your head, you do Shirshasana. For a single minute it may be good, or even for a single second it may be good, because it just gives the bath, just the blood reaches, and by the time it reaches you are back to your normal posture, and it cleanses. But if you do shirt shots and 4 minutes together, 4 hours together, it will kill your whole brain system. The flood is too much. The brain cannot exist. And yogis have found many ways to destroy the brain. Once it is destroyed, you cannot see the ocean, but the ocean is there, thoughts are there. It is just like if your radio has gone out of order. Don't think that broadcasts are not passing from this room, they are passing, but your receiving mechanism is not functioning. Start the radio, put it on, immediately it starts catching them. The brain is just like the receiving center. If you destroy it, you will be silent. But that silence is not of Tantra. And I don't teach that silence. That is death. It is good in the cemetery. You are not going anywhere through it. You are wasting your life. And a very subtle instrument which can make you perfectly intelligent, an instrument which can become so perceptive that you can enjoy the whole celebration of existence, you have destroyed. More sensitivity is needed. More poetry is needed. More life. More beauty. Everything more is needed. What will you do then? Attain to Tantra silence. Watch the waves, and the more you watch, the more you will be able to see the beauty of them. The more you watch, the more subtle nuances of thought will be revealed to you. And it is beautiful, but you remain the witness. You remain on the beach, you just sit on the beach, or lie down in the sun, and just let the ocean do its own work. You don't interfere. If you don't interfere, by and by, the ocean doesn't affect you. It goes on roaring all around, but it doesn't penetrate you. It is beautiful in itself, but it is separate. A distance exists. That distance is real meditation, the real silence. The world goes on and on. You are not affected. You remain in the world. But you are not in the world. You remain in the world. But the world is not in you. You pass through the world, untouched, unscarred. You remain virgin. Whatsoever you do, whatsoever happens to you, makes no difference. Your virginity remains perfect. Your innocence remains absolute. Your purity is not destroyed. He who keeps tantric precepts, yet discriminates, betrays the spirit of ASSISTIVE. And, says Tillipal, if you are trying to keep the Tantra path, the Tantra precepts, then remember, don't discriminate. If you discriminate, you may be a Tantra philosopher, but not a Tantra follower. Don't discriminate. Don't say this is good and that is bad. Drop all discrimination. Accept everything as it is. Cease all activity. Abandon all desire. Rest in yourself. Come back home. Tantra, the Supreme Understanding 70 for Osho. Chapter 5. The Innate Truth. Let thoughts rise and fall as they will like ocean waves. He who never harms the non-abiding, nor the principle of non-distinction, upholds the tantric precepts. One who never harms the principle of non-distinction, who never discriminates, he follows the right path. And who never harms the non-abiding. This is one of the most beautiful Tantra things. Tantra says remain homeless, don't abide anywhere, don't get identified and don't cling to anything. remain homeless, because in homelessness you will attain to your real home. If you start getting abiding in this and that, you will miss the home. Don't cling to anybody, to anything, to any relationship. Enjoy, but don't cling. Enjoyment is not a problem. Once you start clinging, once the clinging mind comes in, then you are not flowing, then the block has come in. Don't abide anywhere, then you will abide in yourself. Don't cling to anything, only then you will be able to rest in yourself. So two principles are very basic. Don't harm the principle of non-abiding, and don't harm the principle of non-distinction. He who abandons craving and clings not to this and that, perceives the real meaning given in the scriptures. Through scriptures you cannot attain to truth. But if you attain to truth, you will understand the scriptures. Scriptures are nothing but witnesses. They bear witness. You cannot learn the truth from them, but once you know the truth, they will bear witness. All the scriptures of the world will say, yes, you have attained. This is what truth is. Scriptures come from persons who have attained. Whatsoever their language and symbology, whatsoever their metaphor, once you attain you penetrate through all metaphors, symbology, all languages. People ask me, what are you doing here? Sometimes you talk on Tantra and Tilapa, and sometimes you talk on yoga and Patanjali, and sometimes you talk on Lao Tzu and Chuang Tzu, the Taoists and the Tao, and sometimes you jump to Heraclitus and Jesus. What are you doing here? I am talking about the same thing. I am not talking about anything else. Heraclitus or Tilapa or Buddha or Jesus makes no difference to me. I am talking myself. They are just excuses, because once you attain, you fulfill all scriptures of the world. Then there is no Hindu scripture, Jewish scripture, Christian scripture. Then suddenly you become the culmination of all the scriptures. I am a Christian, a Hindu, a Jew, a Mohammedan, because I am no one. And the truth, once known, is beyond all scriptures. All scriptures indicate towards it. The scriptures are nothing but fingers pointing to the moon. Fingers may be millions, the moon is the same. Once you know, you have known all. Through scriptures you will become sectarians. You will be a Christian because you cling to the Bible. You will be a Mohammedan if you cling to the Quran. You will be a Hindu if you cling to the Gita. But you will not be religious. Religiousness happens only when the truth has happened to you. Then you don't cling to anything, and all the scriptures start clinging to you. Then you turn from the Supreme Understanding 75 show. Chapter 5, The Innate Truth. Don't follow anybody, and all the scriptures follow you. They become like your shadows. And all the scriptures are the same because they talk about the same. Their metaphors, of course, are different. Their languages are different, but the experience is the same. Says Buddha, you taste the ocean from anywhere, you will always find it salty. You taste it from the Quran, or from the Bible, or from the Torah, or the Talmud, the taste is always the same. Scriptures cannot lead you. In fact, they are dead without you. When you achieve the truth, life suddenly comes to all the scriptures. Through you they become again alive. Through you they are reborn. That is what I am doing, giving rebirth to Tilapa. He has been dead for many hundreds of years. Nobody is talked about him. Nobody has given him again a birth. I am giving him a rebirth. While I am here, he will be again alive. You can meet him if you are capable. He is again near here. If you are receptive, you can feel his footsteps. He is again materialized. Through me, I will give birth to all the scriptures. Through me, they can again come to this world. I can become an anchor. That's what I am doing. And that's what I would like you to do in your own life. Someday, when you realize, when you come to know, then bring all that is beautiful in the past back and give it rebirth, renew it, so that all those who have known can be again on the earth and travel here and help people. Tantra the Supreme Understanding. 76. Osho. Chapter 6. The Great Teaching. February 16, 1975 in Bodh Hall. The song continues. In the Maham, all one's sins are burned. In the Maham, one is released from the prison of this world. This is the Dharma Supreme Torch. Those who disbelieve are fools, whoever wallow in misery and sorrow. To strive for liberation, one should rely on a guru. When your mind receives his blessing, emancipation is at hand. Alas, all things in this world are meaningless, they are but sorrow seeds. Small teachings lead to acts, one should only follow teachings that are great. Tantra believes, not in gradual development of the soul, but in sudden enlightenment. Yoga believes in gradual development, inch by inch, step by step. You progress towards the final. Yoga is very arithmetical. For each sin that you have committed, you have to balance it by a virtuous act. Your account has to be closed completely. Without completing the account with this world, you cannot become enlightened. It is a mathematical conception, scientific, and the mind will say, of course, it has to be so. You committed sins. Who is going to suffer for them? You committed sins. You have to suffer for them. And only through suffering can you become liberated. Evil have been your acts. You have to balance them. You have to pay for them. And you have to move in good acts. When the balance is complete, then only liberation is possible. Otherwise, you will have to be 77. Chapter 6. The Great Teaching. Thrown again and again to the earth, to be reborn, to move, to grow. That is the whole philosophy of transmigration, rebirth. Tantra says just the opposite. Tantra is a very poetic approach, not arithmetical. And Tantra believes in love, not in mathematics. It believes in sudden enlightenment. And it says that small teachings teach you about action. Great teachings don't teach you about how to act. They teach you what to be, how to be. Actions are millions, and if you have to pay for all the actions, it seems almost impossible that you are ever going to be liberated. Millions of lives you have lived, in each life. Millions of acts you have committed. If you are going to pay for all those acts, suffered, and you have to balance each bad act with a good one, it will take again millions of lives for you. And meanwhile, in the complex relationship of life, you will be committing many more actions. So where will this chain end? It seems impossible. Liberation becomes almost impossible. It cannot happen. If this is the way, that inch by inch one has to grow, then growth seems an impossible dream. If you understand the attitude of yoga, you will feel very, very hopeless. Tantra is a great hope. Tantra is like an oasis in a world of deserts. Tantra says this is not the point at all. Acts are not the question. You committed them because you were ignorant. They came out of your ignorance. In fact, Tantra says you are not responsible for them. If somebody is responsible, then the whole, you may call it God. God may be responsible, but you cannot be responsible. Tantra says that even to take this responsibility is very egoistic. To say, I will have to balance, I will have to do good acts, I will have to liberate myself inch by inch and step by step. This too is a very egoistic, ego-centered attitude. Why do you think you are responsible? Even if responsibility has to be somewhere, then it has to be with the Divine Himself, with the whole. You have not created yourself. You have not given birth to yourself. You have been given birth. You have been created. Then the Creator must be responsible, not you. And you committed all your actions in ignorance. You were not aware of what you were doing. You were completely drunk with ignorance. In darkness you were groping. In darkness you came in conflict with others. In darkness you stumbled upon things and something happened. Tantra says the only thing that is needed is light, awareness. Not millions of acts have to be answered. Only one thing has to be done, and that is, don't remain ignorant. Become aware. Once you become aware, all that belongs to the world of darkness disappears. It will look like the dream, the nightmare. It will not look like the reality. And it has not been the reality, because when you are deep down unconscious, only dreams can exist, not reality. You have been dreaming that you love. You cannot love. You are not there to love. You still don't exist. You don't have any center. How can you love? You only believe that you love, and then your love life and the acts concerned with it. It becomes a dream. When you will awaken out of this dreaming, you will simply say, how could I have loved? Impossible. I was not there in the first place. I was not existential in fact. Without awareness, what does it mean to say, I am? It means nothing. You are fast asleep, so deeply asleep, as if you are not there. A person fast asleep, in a coma in the house, is he really there? There is no distinction to be made. Whether he is there or not makes Tantra the Supreme Understanding 78.0 show. Chapter 6. The Great Teaching. No distinction. He is in the coma. If thieves come and rob the whole house, will you call that man responsible who is lying down in the coma, unconscious? Will he be responsible? Will he be asked and judged? Thieves came. What were you doing here? How can you make a man responsible who is in a coma, unconscious? Tantra says in all your lives you have remained in a coma. You are not responsible. This is the first liberation that Tantra gives you. And on the base of it, many things immediately become possible. Then you need not wait for millions of lives. This very moment the door can open. It is not a gradual process. It is a sudden awakening, and it has to be so. When you are fast asleep and somebody tries to wake you up, is it a gradual process or a sudden thing? Even in ordinary sleep, is it a gradual process or a sudden thing? Even in ordinary sleep, Is it a gradual process? Is it like this? That first you become a little awake, then a little more, and then a little more, 10%, 20%, 30%, 50%. That way does it happen? No. Either you are awake or you are asleep. There are no gradual steps in it. If you have heard the man who is calling your name, you are awake, not 10% awake. Eyes may be closed, but if you have become aware that somebody is calling you, you are already awake. It is not a gradual process. It is a sudden jump. At 100 degrees, the water jumps and becomes vapor. Is there any gradual transformation? Does the water first become 10%, 20%, 30%? No. Either it is water or it is vapor. There is no middle ground to be divided. When a person dies, is he dead by and by, in a gradual process? Can you say that he is half alive and half dead? What will it mean? How can a person be half alive? Either he is dead or he is not dead. Half alive means he is not dead. When you love a person, do you love 10%, 20%, 30%? Either you love or you don't love. Is there any possibility of dividing your love? There is no possibility. Love, life, death, they all happen suddenly. When a child is born, he is either born or not born. And the same is true about enlightenment, because that is the ultimate birth, ultimate death, ultimate life, ultimate love. Everything comes to its ultimate peak in enlightenment. It is a sudden thing. Tantra says, don't focus your attention on the acts, focus your attention on the person who has done the acts. Yoga focuses on the acts. Tantra focuses on the person, on the consciousness, on you. If you are ignorant, Tantra says you are bound to commit sin. Even if you try to be virtuous, your virtue will be a sort of sin. Because how can an ignorant man, fast asleep, be virtuous? How can virtue arise out of ignorance, unconsciousness? Impossible. Your virtue must be just the mask. Behind it will be the real face of sin. You may talk about love, but you cannot love. You will hate. You can't talk about compassion, but compassion must be just a covering of your anger, greed, jealousy. Your love is poisonous. Deep inside your love is the worm of hate, eating it continuously. Your love is like a wound. It hurts. Tantra, the Supreme Understanding 79 Osho. Chapter 6. The Great Teaching. It is not like a flower. It cannot be. And those who expect love from you are fools. They are asking the impossible. Those who ask from you morality are fools. They are asking the impossible. Your morality is bound to be a sort of immorality. Look at your moral persons, your so-called saints. Watch and observe them and you will find their faces are just the faces of hypocrisy, deception. They say something, they do something else. They do something, and they not only hide it from you, they have become so clever in hiding, they hide it from themselves. In ignorance, sin is natural. In enlightenment, virtue is natural. A Buddha cannot sin. You cannot do otherwise. You can only sin. Sin and virtue are not your decisions. They are not your acts. They are shadows of your being. If you awaken, Then the shadow falls, and the shadow is full of light. And the shadow never harms anybody. It cannot harm. It has a flavor of the unknown, of the immortal. It can only shower on you like a blessing. Otherwise is not possible. Even if a Buddha gets angry with you, it is compassion. It cannot be otherwise. Your compassion is not true. Buddha's anger cannot be true. Your sin, your natural shadow, whatsoever you do, you can decorate it. You can make the temple on top of it. You can hide it. You can beautify it. But that won't help. Deep inside you will find it there. Because it is not a question of what you do. It is a question of what you are. Look at the emphasis. If you understand this change of emphasis, and this change of emphasis is a great point, only then you will be able to understand Tantra. Tantra is a great teaching. It doesn't teach about acts, it teaches only about your being. Who you are at the point, fast asleep, snoring, or awake. Who are you? Alert, conscious, or moving in a hypnosis? Are you a sleepwalker? Or are you awake, alert, whatsoever you do? Do you do it with self-remembrance? No. It happens, you don't know why, from where it comes, from what part of the unconscious comes an urge which possesses you, and you have to act. This act, whatsoever the society says about it, moral or immoral, sin or virtue, Tantra doesn't bother about it. Tantra looks at you, at the very center of your being, from where it comes. Out of the poison of your ignorance, life cannot come, only death. Out of your darkness, only darkness is born. And that seems to be absolutely natural. So what to do? Should we try to change the acts? Should we try to become more moral, virtuous, respectable? Or should we try to change the being? The being can be changed. There is no need to wait for it for infinite lives. If you have the intensity of understanding, if you bring your total effort, energy, being, to understand it, in the very intensity, the light suddenly burns in you. A flame comes up from your being like lightning, and your whole past and your whole future is suddenly in your vision. You understand what has happened. You understand what is happening. You understand what is going to happen. Suddenly everything has become clear, as if it was dark and somebody brought a light, and suddenly everything is clear. Tantra believes in burning your inner light. And Tantra says that with that light, the past simply becomes irrelevant. That never belonged to you. Of course, it happened, but happened as if in a dream and you were fast asleep. It happened. You did many things, good and bad, but they all happened in unconsciousness. You were not responsible. And suddenly everything of the past is burnt down. A fresh and virgin being comes up. This is sudden enlightenment. Tantra, the Supreme Understanding. 80. Osho. Chapter 6. The Great Teaching. Yogi appeals to people because it looks very business-like. You can understand Patanjali very easily because it fits with your own mind, the logical mind, the mathematical thinking. Tilipa is difficult to comprehend, but Tilipa is rare. Patanjali's understanding is common. That's why there is so much influence of Patanjali all through history. People like Tilipa have simply disappeared without leaving any trace on the human mind, because they couldn't find affinity with you. Patanjali may be very, very great, but still he belongs to the same dimension. You may be a very, very small thinker, and Patanjali may be a great, great thinker, but you belong to the same dimension. If you make a little effort, you can understand Patanjali. If you make a little effort, you can practice Patanjali. Only a little effort is needed, nothing more. But to understand Tilapa, you have to enter into a completely unknown dimension. To understand Tilapa, you have to move through a chaos. He will destroy all your conceptions, all your mathematics, all your logic, all your philosophy. He will simply destroy you completely. He will not be satisfied unless you are completely destroyed and a new being arises. With Patanjali you will be modified. You will become better and better and better. And the process is infinite. You can go on for many lives becoming better and better and better. With Tilapa, in a second, you can reach to the ultimate. Better is not the question because he doesn't think in degrees. It is just like you are standing on top of a hill. You can't take the path of the steps and one by one you go downwards to the valley, or from the valley you go to the hill, but by steps. With Tilapa you simply jump into the abyss. No steps are there, or you simply spread your wings and you start flying. With Patanjali you move in a bullock cart, very slowly, safe, secure, no fear of any accident. The bullock cart always in control. You can step down any moment. You can stop at any moment. Nothing beyond you. You remain the master. And the dimension is horizontal. The bullock cart moves from A to B, from B to C, from C to D. But the dimension is the same plane. With Tilapa, the dimension changes. It becomes vertical. It is not from A to B, from B to C. No, it is just like an aircraft, not like the bullock cart. Not moving forward but moving upward. With Tilapa you can't transcend time. With Patanjali you move in time. With Tilapa eternity is the dimension. You may not be aware, but within these few 10, 12 years, the miracle has happened. And that is, new spaceships have destroyed the old-time concept completely, because a new spaceship can move around the Earth. Within seconds it can make one circle. You may not be aware of the theoretical problem. It means a spaceship takes off from Pune. It is Sunday. Then it goes around the Earth. Somewhere it must be Monday. Somewhere it may still be Saturday. So the spaceship moves from Sunday, goes back into Saturday, jumps forward into Monday, comes back to Pune on Sunday. The whole time concept is lost. It looks absurd. You start on the 16th, you move into the 17th, and you come back on the same date, the 16th. And this can be done in 24 hours many times now. What does it mean? It means you can go backwards in time, from Sunday to Saturday, from the 16th to the 15th. You can go forward into the 17th, then to Monday, and you can come back on the same date. With speed and a different dimension, vertical, time becomes irrelevant. Time is relevant with a bullock cart. It is a bullock cart world. Tilapa is a vertical mind, the vertical consciousness. That is the difference between Tantra and Yoga. Yoga is horizontal, Tantra is vertical. Yoga takes millions of lives. Tantra, the Supreme Understanding 81 Osho. Chapter 6. The Great Teaching. To reach, Tantra says, within a second. Tantra says time is irrelevant. You don't bother about time. Tantra has a technique, the method, which Tantra says is a no method, a no technique, through which you can suddenly surrender everything and take a jump into the abyss. Yoga is effort. Tantra is effortlessness. With effort, with your tiny energy and your tiny ego, you fight with the whole. It will take millions of lives. Then to it doesn't seem possible that you will ever become enlightened. Fighting with the whole is stupid. You are just a part. It is as if the wave is fighting with the ocean, the leaf is fighting with a tree, or your own hand fighting with your body. With whom are you fighting? Yoga is effort, intense effort. And yoga is a way to fight the current, to move against the current. So whatsoever is natural, yoga has to drop it, and whatsoever is unnatural, yoga has to strive for it. Yoga is the unnatural way. Fight with the river and move against the current. Of course, there is challenge and the challenge may be enjoyed. But who enjoys the challenge? Your ego. It is very difficult to find a yogi who is not an egoist. Very difficult. Rare. If you can't find a yogi who is not an egoist, it is a miracle. It is difficult because the whole effort creates the ego, the fight. You may find humble yogis, but if you watch a little deeper, in their humbleness you will find the most subtle ego hidden, the most subtle ego. They will say, "We are just dirt on the ground." But look in their eyes, they are bragging about their humility. They are saying, "There is nobody more humble than us. We are the humblest people." But this is what ego means. If you move against nature, you will be strengthened in your ego. That is the challenge. That's why people like challenges. A life without challenges becomes dull because the ego feels hungry. Ego needs food. Challenge gives food. So people seek challenges. If there are no challenges, they create them. They create hurdles so that they can fight with the hurdles. Tantra is the natural way. The loose and the natural is the goal. You need not fight with the current. Simply move with it. Float with it. The river is going to the sea, so why fight? Move with the river. Become one with the river. Surrender. Surrender is the key word for Tantra. Will is the key word for yoga. Yoga is the path of will. Tantra is the path of surrender. That's why Tantra is the path of love. Love is surrender. This is the first thing to understand. Then telepaths will become very crystal clear. The different dimension of Tantra has to be understood. The vertical dimension, the dimension of surrender, of not fighting, of being loose and natural, relaxed. What Chuang-Tzu says, easy is right. With yoga, difficult is right. With Tantra, easy is right. Relax and be at ease. There is no hurry. The whole itself is taking you on its own accord. You need not make an individual striving. You are not asked to reach before your time. You will reach when the time is ripe. You simply wait. The whole is moving. Why are you in a hurry? Why do you want to reach before others? There is a beautiful story about Buddha. He reached the gate of heaven. Of course, the people there were waiting. They opened the door. They welcomed him. But he turned his back towards the door, looked at the samsara, the world, millions of souls on the same path, struggling, in misery, in anguish. striving to reach this gate of heaven and bliss. The doorkeeper said, "You come in, please." Tantra the Supreme Understanding 82 Osho. Chapter 6. The Great Teaching. We have been waiting for you. And Buddha said, "How can I come when others have not reached? It doesn't seem to be the right time. How can I enter when the whole has not entered into it? I will have to wait. It is just like my hand has reached into the door, and my feet have not reached yet. I will have to wait. Just the hand cannot enter alone." This is one of the most profound insights of Tantra. Tantra says nobody can become enlightened, in fact, alone. We are parts of each other. We are members of each other. We are the whole. One person may become the peak, may become a very great wave, but it remains connected with the small waves all around. It is not alone. It remains one with the ocean and all the waves there. How can a wave become enlightened alone? It is said, in this beautiful story, that Buddha is still waiting. He has to wait. Nobody is an island. We make a continent. We are together. I may have stepped a little further than you, but I cannot be separate. And now I know deeply. Now it is not a story for me. I am waiting for you. Now it is not just the parable. Now I know that there is no individual enlightenment. Individuals can step a little ahead, that's all, but they remain joined together with the whole. And if an enlightened person is not aware that he is part of others, one with the others, then who will know this? We move as one being, and Tantra says, so don't be in a hurry, and don't try, and don't push others, and don't try to be first in the queue. Be loose and natural. Everything is going towards enlightenment. It is going to happen. Don't create an anguish about it. If you can't understand this, already you are near it. One relaxes. Otherwise, religious people become very, very tense. Even ordinary worldly people are not so tense as religious people become. Ordinary worldly people are for worldly goals, of course, tense, but not so much as religious people because they are tense for the other world, and their world is very far away, invisible, and they are always in doubt whether it is there or not. And then a new misery arises. Maybe they are losing this world and the other doesn't exist. They are always in anguish, mentally very much disturbed. Don't become that type of religious man. To me, a religious man is loose and natural. He is not worried about this world or the other world. He is not worried about it at all. He simply lives and enjoys. This moment is the only moment for him. The next moment will take care of itself. When the next moment comes, he will receive it also enjoying, blissful. The religious man is not goal-oriented. To be goal-oriented is to be worldly. Your goal may be God. It makes no difference. Tantra is really beautiful. Tantra is the highest understanding, and the greatest principle. If you cannot understand Tantra, then yoga is for you. If you can't understand Tantra, then don't bother about small teachings. When the great vehicle is there, why bother about small boats? In Buddhism, there are two sects. The names of the sects are very, very significant. One sect is known as Hinayana, the small vehicle. It is the path of yoga. The small boat, you alone can sit in it. You cannot have anybody else in it. It is so small. The yogi moves alone. Inilana means the very small boat. And then there is another sect of Buddhists that is called Mahalana, the great boat, the great vehicle. Millions can enter into it. The whole world can be absorbed into it. Mahalana is the path of Tantra and Hinalana is the path of Yoga. Tilapa is a Mahalanist, a man who believes in the great vehicle, the great principle. Tantra, the Supreme Understanding 83.0 Show. Chapter 6. The Great Teaching. Small boats are for egoistic people who cannot tolerate anybody else in the boat, who can only be alone, who are great condemners, who look at the other always with condemnation. You, and trying to reach there. You cannot reach, it is very difficult. Only rare persons reach. They will not allow you to enter in the boat. Mahalana has a deep love for all. Everybody can enter. In fact, no conditions exist. People come to me and they say, you give sannyas to everybody and anybody. Sannyas has not been given that way ever. It is for the first time in the whole history of the world that I give sannyas without any conditions. Sannyas has been always for very egoistic people, the otherworldly, the condemners, the poisoners, who say everything is wrong. Everybody is wrong. This whole life is a sin. Who have a look always in their eyes of holier than you. You are always condemned. Hell is for you. They are great sannyasins. They have renounced the world of sin and dirt and poison, and you are still in it. The great egoists have been the sannyasins. For the first time I have allowed everybody, I have opened the door. In fact, I have thrown the door completely. Now it cannot be closed. Now anybody and everybody is welcome. Why? Because my attitude is that of Tantra, it is not of Yoga. I talk on Patanjali also for those who are not able to comprehend Tantra. Otherwise, my attitude is that of Tantra. Everybody is welcome. When God welcomes you, who am I? When the whole world supports you and the existence tolerates you, not only tolerates, gives you energy and life. Even if you are committing sin, existence never says, no, no more energy for you. Now you cannot get any more gas. Stop. You are doing too much nonsense. No. The energy goes on being given. There is never any gas crisis. The existence goes on supporting you. It happened. A Mohammedan mystic, Junaid, once asked God about one of his neighbors. This man is so evil and he is creating so much mischief for the whole village. And people come to me and they say, you ask your God, pray to God, if he can get rid of this man. And Junaid heard in his prayer the voice, when I am accepting him, who are you to reject him? And Junaid has written in his autobiography, never again did I ask him such a thing, because it was really foolish of me. If he has given birth to this man, if he is still helping him to be alive, not only alive but flourishing, blooming, then who am I? The existence gives you life unconditionally. I give you sannyas unconditionally. If the existence hopes about you so infinitely that you cannot destroy its hope, who am I? Tantra is for all. It is not for the chosen few. It became a path for the chosen few because everybody won't understand it. But it is not for the chosen few, it is for all. It is for everybody who is ready to take the jump. Now try to understand. In the AHAMUDRA all one's sins are burned. They are not to be balanced by good acts. In the AHAMUDRA all one's sins are burned. Tantra the Supreme Understanding. 84. Osho. Chapter 6. The Great Teaching. What is this Mahayagra again and again? What happens? Mahayagra is a state of your being when you are not separate from the total. Mahayagra is like a deep sexual orgasm with the whole. When two lovers are in deep sexual orgasm, they melt into each other. Then the woman is no more the woman, the man is no more the man. They become just like the circle of yin and yang, reaching into each other, meeting into each other, melting, their own identities forgotten. That's why love is so beautiful. This state is called Madra. This state of deep orgasmic intercourse is called Madra. And the final state of orgasm with the whole is called Mahayagra, the great orgasm. What happens in orgasm, in sexual orgasm? You have to understand it because only that will give you the key for the final orgasm. What happens when two lovers are there? And always remember, two lovers, not wife and husband. Because with a wife and husband it almost never happens because wives and husbands become more and more fixed roles. They are not melting and flowing. Husband has become a role, wife has become a role. They act. The wife has to act as a wife whether she likes it or not. The husband has to act as a husband. It has become a legal thing. Once I asked Mullah Nasruddin, "How many years have you been married, Nasruddin?" He said, 20-odd years. So I asked, "Why do you call them God?" He said, "When you will see my wife you will understand. Wives and husbands are social phenomena. An institution. It is not a relationship. It is an institution. It is a forced phenomenon, not for love, but other reasons. Economic security, safety, children, society, culture, religion, everything else except love. Orgasm almost never happens between the wife and husband, unless they are lovers also. That is possible. You can be a wife or a husband and a lover. You can love your wife. Then it is totally different, but then it is not a marriage at all. It is no more an institution. In the East, because marriage has existed for thousands of years, people have completely forgotten what orgasm is. I have not come across a single Indian woman who knows what orgasm is. Some Western women, just within a few years, 25 years, have become aware that orgasm is something worth achieving. Otherwise, women have completely forgotten that they have any possibility of orgasm within their bodies. This is one of the most unfortunate things that could have happened to humanity. And when the woman cannot have an orgasm, the man cannot have it really, because an orgasm is a meeting of the two. Only two, when they melt into each other, can have it. It is not that one can have and another may not have. It is not possible. Release is possible. Ejaculation is possible. Relief is possible, but not orgasm. What is an orgasm? Orgasm is a state where your body no more is felt as matter. It vibrates like energy, electricity. It vibrates so deeply, from the very foundation, that you completely forget that it is a material thing. It becomes an electric phenomenon, and it is an electric phenomenon. Tantra the Supreme Understanding 85.0 Show. Chapter 6. The Great Teaching. Now physicists say that there is no matter, that all matter is only appearance. Deep down, that which exists is electricity, not matter. In orgasm, you come to this deepest layer of your body where matter no more exists, just energy waves. You become the dancing energy, vibrating. No more any boundaries to you, pulsating, but no more substantial. And your beloved also pulsates. And by, if they love each other and they surrender to each other, they surrender to this moment of pulsation, of vibration, of being energy, and they are not scared, because it is death like when the body loses boundaries, when the body becomes like a vaporous thing, when the body evaporates substantially and only energy is left, the very subtle rhythm, but you find yourself as if you are not. Only in deep love can one move into it. Love is like death. You die as far as your material image is concerned. You die as far as you think you are a body. You die as a body and you evolve as energy, vital energy. And when the wife and the husband, or the lovers, or the partners, start vibrating in a rhythm, their beats of their heart and body become together, it becomes a harmony, then orgasm happens, then they are no more two. That is the symbol of yin and yang, yin moving into yang, yang moving into yin, man moving into the woman moving into the man. Now they are a circle and they vibrate together. They pulsate together. Their hearts are no more separate. Their beats are no more separate. They have become a melody, a harmony. It is the greatest music possible. All other musics are just faint things compared to it, shadow things compared to it. This vibration of two as one is orgasm. When the same thing happens, not with another person, but with the whole existence, then it is Mahamudra. Then it is the great orgasm. It happens. I would like to tell you how you can try it, so that the Mahamudra becomes possible, the great orgasm. In Indonesia, there is a very rare man, Bapak Sabab. He has come unknowingly to a method known as lactation. He stumbled upon it, but lactation is one of the oldest Tantra methods. It is not a new phenomenon. Lactation is the first step towards Mahamudra. It is allowing the body to vibrate, allowing the body to become energy, non-substantial, non-material, allowing the body to melt and dissolve the boundaries. Bapak Sabab is a Mohammedan, but his movement is known as Subodhi. That word is Buddhist. Subodhi comes from three words: Sud, bushels, dash Sud means Sushila, bushels means Buddha, dash means term, Subodhi means Sushila Buddha term. The meaning is the law of great virtue derived from Buddha, Buddha's law of great virtue. This is what Tilipa calls the great teaching. Lactation is simple. It is the first step. One has to stand relaxed, loose and natural. It is good if you stand alone and nobody is there to disturb you. Close your room, stand alone. If you can't find someone who has already stepped into lactation, his presence can be helpful. His very presence works like a catalytic agent. He becomes the opener. So somebody who is advanced a little already can open you very easily. Otherwise, you can open yourself also. A little more time will be needed, that's all. Otherwise an opener is good. If an opener is standing just by your side, he starts his lap by agent. You simply stand and his energy starts pulsating with you. His energy starts moving around you, like the fragrance he surrounds you. Suddenly you feel the music. Just as when there is a good singer, or somebody is playing on an instrument, you start beating your feet, or you start tapping the chair, or you start pulsating with it. Tantra the Supreme Understanding 86 Osho. Chapter 6. The Great Teaching. Just like that, a deep energy inside him moves and the whole room and the quality of the room is changed immediately. You are not to do anything, you are simply to be there, loose and natural, just waiting for something to happen. And if your body starts moving, you have to allow it, you have just to cooperate and allow. The cooperation should not become too direct. It should not become a pushing, it should remain just an allowing. Your body starts moving suddenly, as if you are possessed, as if a great energy from the above has descended upon you, as if a cloud has come and has surrounded you, and now you are possessed by that cloud, and the cloud is penetrating within your body, and your body starts taking movements. Your hands are raised, you make subtle movements, you start a small dance, soft gestures. Your body is taken up. If you know anything about automatic writing, it will be easy to follow what happens in Latvian. In automatic writing, you take the pencil in your hand, you close your eyes, you wait. Suddenly you feel a jerk in the hand. Your hand is possessed, as if something has entered. You are not to do anything, because if you do, then it will not be from the beyond. It will be your doing. You have simply to allow, loose and natural. Telepat's words are wonderful, they cannot be improved upon. Loose and natural. You wait with the pencil, with closed eyes. When the jerk comes and the hand starts moving, you have to allow it, that's all. You have not to resist it, because you can resist. The energy is very subtle, and, in the beginning, not very powerful. If you just stop it, it can be stopped. And the energy is not aggressive. If you don't allow, it will not come. If you doubt, it will not happen, because with doubt, your hand will be resisting. With doubt, you will not allow, you will fight. So that's why trust is so meaningful. Shraddha. You simply trust and leave your hand. By and by the hand starts moving. Now the hand starts making wriggles on the paper. Allow it. Then somebody simply asks a question, or you yourself ask a question. Let the question be there. Loosen the mind. Not very persistent, not forcing. Just raise the question and wait. And suddenly the answer is written. If 10 persons tried, at least 3 persons will be absolutely capable of automatic writing. 30% of people are not aware that they can become so receptive. And this can become a great force in your life. Explanations differ. What happens, that is not important. The deepest explanation that I find true is, your own highest center possesses your lowest center. Your own highest peak of consciousness catches hold of your lowest unconscious mind. You ask, and your own inner being answers. Nobody else is there, but your inner being, which you don't know, is very superior to you. Your own innermost being is the possibility of your ultimate flowering. It is as if the flower takes possession of the seed and answers. The seed doesn't know, but the flower, as if your possibility takes possession of your actuality and answers, as if your ultimate potentiality takes possession of whatsoever you are, and answers. Or the future takes possession of the past, the unknown takes possession of the known, the formless takes possession of the form, all metaphors, but I feel you will understand the significance, as if your old age takes possession of your childhood, and answers. The same happens in Latin with the whole body. In automatic writing you only leave your hand loose and natural. In Latin you leave your whole body loose and you wait, and you cooperate, and suddenly you feel an urge. The hand is raising by itself, as if somebody is pulling it by some invisible strings. Allow it. And the leg goes moving, you take a turn, you start a small dance, very chaotic. Tantra the Supreme Understanding 87 Show. Chapter 6. The Great Teaching. With no rhythm, with no manipulation, but by and by, as you get deeper, it takes its own rhythm. Then it is no longer chaotic, it takes its own order, it becomes a discipline, but not forced by you. This is your highest possibility, taking possession of your lotus body and moving it. Latin is the first step. And, by and by, you will feel so beautiful doing it that you will feel the meeting is happening between you and the cosmos. But this is only the first step. That's why in Subhuti something is missing. The first step in itself is very beautiful, but it is not the last step. I would like you to complete it. For 30 minutes at least. 60 will be wonderful. By and by from 30 you reach to 60 minutes of Latin dancing. In 60 minutes your body, from pore to pore, from cell to cell, is cleansed. It is a catharsis. You are completely renewed. All the dirt is burned. That's what Tilapa says. In Mahayana all one's sins are burned. The past is thrown into fire. It is a new birth, the rebirth, and you feel energy showering all over you, in and out. And the dance is not only outside. Soon, when you get attuned in it, you will feel an inner dance also. Not only that your body is dancing, inside the energy is dancing, and they both cooperate with each other. And then the pulsation happens, and you feel you are pulsating with the universe. You have found the universal rhythm. 30 to 60 minutes is the time. Start with 30, end with 60. Somewhere in between you will have the right time. And you will come to know. If you feel attuned near a booth 40 minutes, then that is your right time. If you feel attuned at 20 minutes, then that is your right time. Then your meditation must go beyond that. If you feel tuned at 10 minutes, 20 minutes will do. If you feel tuned at 15 minutes, 30 minutes will do. Do it double. Don't take any chances. So really you are completely cleaned. And end it with a prayer. When you are completely clean and feeling that your body is refreshed, you have been under a shower of energy, and your whole body is feeling one, undivided, and the substantialness of body is lost. You feel it more like an energy, the movement, a process, not material. Now you are ready. Then kneel down on the earth. Kneeling down is beautiful, just like Sufis kneel down, or Mohammedans do their prayer in the mosque. Kneel down like them because that is the best posture for Latin. Then raise both your hands towards the sky with closed eyes, and feel yourself to be like a hollow vessel, hollowed and boot inside, hollow, just like an earthen pot. Your head is the mouth of the pot, and the energy is falling tremendously on your head as if you are standing under a waterfall. And you will be actually standing. After the latation you will feel it. It is like a waterfall, not like a shower. When you are ready it falls in greater strength, strong, and your body will start trembling, shaking, like a leaf in the strong wind. Or, if you have stood under a waterfall sometime, then you will know. If you have never stood under one, go to a waterfall and stand under it and feel how it feels. That same feeling will come to you after latation. Feel yourself hollow inside, nothing inside, just emptiness, and the energy is filling you completely. Allow it to fall into you as deeply as possible, so it can reach to your farthest corner of your body and mind and soul. And when you feel it, you are so much filled, and the whole body is shaking. Kneel down, put your head down on the earth, and pour the energy into the earth. When you feel the energy is overflowing, pour down into the earth. Take from the sky, give it back to the earth, and you be just a hollow bamboo in between. Tantra the Supreme Understanding 88 Show. Chapter 6. The Great Teaching. This has to be done 7 times. Take from the sky and pour down into the earth and kiss the earth, and pour down. Be empty completely. Pour down as completely as you did for filling. Be completely empty. Then raise your hands again. Fill again. Pour down again. 7 times it has to be done, because each time it penetrates one chakra of the body, one center of the body. Each time it goes deeper than you. And if you do less than 7 times, then you will feel restless after it because the energy will be hanging somewhere in between. Note, it has to penetrate all the 7 chakras of your body so that you become completely hollow. A passage. The energy falls from the sky and goes into the earth. You are earthed. You simply pass the energy to the earth, just like electricity. For electricity we have to put an earth wire. The energy comes from the sky and goes into the earth. You become earthed, just a vessel, a hollow bamboo passing the energy. 7 times. More you can do, but not less. And this will be a complete Mahamudra. If you do it every day, soon, within 3 months somewhere, one day you will feel you are not there. Just the energy is pulsating with the universe. Nobody is there. The ego is completely lost. The doer is not. The universe is there, and you are there. The wave pulsating with the ocean. That is Mahamudra. That is the final orgasm, the most blissful state of consciousness that is possible. This is just like 2 lovers making love, but millionfold, and the same phenomenon multiplied by millions, because now you are making love with the whole universe. That's why Tantra is known as the yoga of sex. Tantra is known as the path of love. In Mahamudra all one's sins are burned. In Mahamudra one is released from the prison of this world. This is the Dharma Supreme Torch. Those who disbelieve it are fools, whoever wallow in misery and sorrow. And Tillipal is perfectly clear. He is absolutely frank. He says, those who disbelieve it are fools. Why call them fools? He does not call them sinners. He does not call them irreligious. He simply calls them fools, because not believing it they are missing the greatest bliss that life can give them. They are simply fools. And it cannot happen unless you trust. Unless you trust so much that you can surrender completely, it cannot happen. All bliss, all moments of bliss, happen only when you surrender. Even death becomes beautiful if you can't surrender to it. Then what to say about life? If you surrender. Of course, life is the greatest blessing. It is a benediction. You are missing the ultimate gift because you cannot trust. If you want to learn anything, learn trust. Nothing else is needed. If you are miserable, nothing else will help. Learn trust. If you don't feel any meaning in life and you feel meaninglessness, nothing will help. Learn trust. Trust gives meaning because trust makes you capable of allowing the whole to descend upon you. Those who disbelieve are fools, whoever wallow in misery and sorrow. To strive for liberation one should rely on a guru. When your mind receives his blessing, emancipation is at hand. Why believe in a guru? Why believe in the master? Because the unknown is very far from you. It is just a dream, the hope at the most, a wish fulfillment. Tantra, the Supreme Understanding 89 Osho. Chapter 6. The Great Teaching. You listen to me. I may talk about the bliss, but that bliss remains a word. You may desire it, but you don't know what it is. You don't know the taste of it. It is very, very far away from you. You are deep in misery, in anguish. In your misery and anguish you may start hoping, expecting, desiring bliss, but that will not help. You need a real taste of it. Who will give it to you? Only one who has tasted it. He can become the opener. He can act like a catalytic agent. He will not do anything, just his presence. And from him the unknown flows toward you. He is just like a window. Your doors are closed. His doors are not closed. Your windows are closed and you have forgotten how to open them. His windows are not closed. Through his window you can have a look at the sky. Through him you can have a glimpse. The master, the guru, is nothing but a window. One has to pass through him. One has to have a little taste. Then you can also open your own windows, otherwise the whole thing remains verbal. You can read Tilipa, but unless you find Tilipa nothing will happen to you. Your mind may go on, saying, maybe this man is mad, in some hallucination, dreaming, a philosopher, thinking, a poet. But how can this happen? How is it possible for you to be blissful? You have known only misery and suffering. You have known only poison. You cannot believe in elixir. You have not known it, so how can you believe it? The master is nothing but a personified phenomenon of the total bliss. In him it is there vibrating. If you trust him, his vibrations can reach you. The master is not the teacher. He doesn't teach you. The master is not concerned with doctrines and principles. The master is a presence. If you trust him, he is available. The master is an availability. Through him you will have the first glimpse of the divine. Then you can go on your own. To strive for liberation one should rely on a master, on a guru. When your mind receives his blessing, emancipation is at hand. The master cannot give you emancipation, but he can bring you to the very brink of it. He cannot give you the emancipation, That has to be achieved by you, because a thing given by someone can be taken by someone else. Only that which is yours can be yours. The Master cannot give you, he can only bless you, but his blessing is a vital phenomenon. Through him you can look into your own future. Through him you can be aware of your own destiny. Through him the farthest peaks come nearer, closer. Through him you start coming up, like a seed trying to sprout towards the sky. His blessing can water your seed. In the East, the blessing of the Master is very, very significant. The West has remained completely unaware of the phenomenon. The West knows teachers, not masters. Teachers are those who teach you about truth. The Master is one who gives you the taste of it. The teacher may be someone who does not know himself. He may have learned from other teachers. Seek a master. Teachers are many, masters are few. And how will you seek a master? Just move. Whenever you hear a rumor that somebody has become enlightened, go and remain available. Don't be much of a thinker, be more of a lover, because the Master is found through feeling. The teacher is found through thinking. Listen to the teacher. His logical appeal will be there, his arguments. Eat the Master, drink the Master. Listening won't help because he is a living phenomenon. The energy is there. If you drink and eat him, then only you will become aware of a different quality of being. Tantra the Supreme Understanding 90 Osho. Chapter 6. The Great Teaching. The great receptivity is needed. A great feminine receptivity is needed to find the Master. And if you are available and the living Master is there, suddenly something clicks. There is nothing to do on your part. You simply be there. It is such a vital energy phenomenon that if you are available something simply clicks. You are caught. It is a love phenomenon. You cannot prove to anybody else, I have found the Master. There is no proof. Don't try that because anybody can bring proof against it. You have found it and you know it. You have tasted and you know it. This knowledge is of the heart, of the feeling. Says Tillipal, to strive for liberation one should rely on a guru. When your mind receives his blessings, emancipation is at hand. The very word guru is meaningful. The Master doesn't carry that significance. The Master seems to be someone who has mastered the thing, gone under a long training, has become disciplined, has become the Master. Guru is totally different. The word guru means one who is very, very heavy, a heavy cloud just waiting for your thirst to pour down. The flower heavy with perfume just waiting for your nostrils to be there and it will penetrate. The word guru means heavy, very heavy, heavy with energy and the unknown, heavy with the divine, heavy like a woman who is pregnant. The Master is pregnant with God. That's why in the East we call the Guru God itself. The West cannot understand it because they think God means the creator of the world. We don't bother much about the creator here. We call the Guru God. Why? Because he is pregnant with the divine. He is heavy with the divine. He is ready to pour down. Only your thirst, a thirsty earth is needed. He has not mastered anything. In fact, he has not gone through any training. He has not disciplined himself. It is not that he has become the master of. No, he has lived life in its totality, not as a discipline, but natural and loose. He has not forced himself. He has been moving with the winds. He has allowed nature to have its own course. And through millions of experiences of suffering and pain and bliss and happiness, he has become mature. He has become ripe. The Guru is a ripe fruit just waiting to fall. Heavy. If you are ready to receive, he can fall into you. The Guru is a totally Eastern phenomenon. The West is not yet aware of it. In the West it is difficult to feel. Why go and bow down to a guru? Why put your head at his feet? Looks humiliating. But if you want to receive, you have to bow down. He is heavy, he can pour, but then you have to bow down, otherwise you won't receive it. When a disciple with total trust bows down at the feet of his master, something is happening there which is not visible to the eyes. An energy is falling from the master, entering the disciple. Something invisible to the eyes is happening there. If you become aware, you can see it also, the aura of the master, his rainbow, pouring himself down into the disciple. You will see it in fact happening. The master is heavy with divine energy. And he has infinite energy now. He can pour it down to infinite disciples. He can work with millions of disciples alone. He is never exhausted because now he is connected with the whole. He has found the source of all. Through him you can also take the Tantra, the Supreme Understanding 91 Osho. Chapter 6. The Great Teaching. Jump into the abyss. Surrender towards God is difficult because you don't know where God is. He has never given his address to anybody ever, but a guru can be found. If you ask me what a guru is, I will tell you, the guru is the address of God. When your mind receives his blessings, emancipation is at hand. Then you can be certain that you have been accepted. When you can't feel the Master's blessings pouring on you, showering on you like flowers, you can be certain emancipation is at hand. It happened. One of Buddha's disciples, Sariputta, one day bowed down at Buddha's feet. Suddenly he felt the energy falling on him. He felt the sudden transformation, the mutation of his whole mind, as if he was being destroyed and created again. He cried, "No! Wait a little!" The whole assembly of Buddha's disciples could not understand what was happening. And he said, "Wait a little, not so soon." Buddha said, "But why?" He said, "Then these feet will be lost to me. Wait a little. Emancipation is at hand and I would like to be with you a little longer. Don't push me away so soon because once the Master has blessed and the emancipation is at hand, this is the last thing one has to say goodbye to the Master." Sariputta said, "Wait." Sariputta became enlightened later on. Buddha told him, "Now you go. I waited enough. Now you go and spread whatsoever I have given to you. Go and give it to others." Sariputta had to go, weeping and crying. Somebody asked, "You have become enlightened and you weep and cry?" He said, "Yes, I have become enlightened, but I can't throw away the bliss of enlightenment if Buddha allows me to live at his feet." Such deep gratitude, and then wherever Sariputta lived, every day in the morning he would bow down to the direction where he knew Buddha was moving. And people asked him again and again, "Why do you do this? To whom do you bow down?" He said, "Buddha is moving in the south." When the last days of Sa Republic came, he inquired, "Where is Buddha right now? Because I would like to die bowing down in that direction." And he died bowing down in the direction where Buddha was. When the energy is received, when the final benediction comes from the Master, the emancipation is at hand. One has to say goodbye. In Zen, when a disciple comes to a master in Japan, he brings his mat. He unrolls his mat before the master, sits on the mat, listens to the master. Every day comes, follows whatsoever he says, leaves the mat there, 4 years together. Then the day he receives the final blessing, he rolls up the mat again, takes the mat back, bows down, leaves the master. That mat is symbolic. Whenever a disciple rolls up the mat again, others know he has received the benediction. Now this is the final goodbye. Tantra the Supreme Understanding. 92. Osho. Chapter 6. The Great Teaching. Alas, all things in this world are meaningless, they are but sorrow seeds. Small teachings lead to acts, one should only follow teachings that are great. Tantra is the great teaching. Small teachings tell you what to do, what not to do. They give you 10 commandments. Do this, don't do that. Small teachings. A great teaching doesn't give you any commandment. It is not concerned with what you do, it is concerned with what you are. Your being, your center, your consciousness, that is the only thing significant. Says Tillotop, alas, all things in this world are meaningless, they are but sorrow seeds. Small teachings lead to acts, one should follow teachings that are great. In this world, everything is the seed of sorrow. But a ray of light enters into the world whenever a person becomes enlightened. In this world everything is a seed of sorrow, but a light ray comes from the above whenever a person becomes enlightened. Follow that ray of light and you can reach to the very source of the light, the sun. And remember, says Tillotop, don't become the victim of small teachings. Many are. People come to me, they say, we are vegetarians. Will it lead us to enlightenment? The very small teaching. They say, we don't eat in the night. Will it lead us to enlightenment? The very small teaching. They say, we believe in celibacy. A very small teaching. They do many things, but one thing they never touch, that is their being. They manage their character. They try to be as sagely as possible, but the whole thing remains the decoration. A discipline from without is a decoration. It should come from within. It should spread towards the periphery from the center. It should not be forced from the periphery towards the center. The great teaching is, you are already that what you can be. Realize this. You are already the goal. Be aware of this. This very moment your destiny can be fulfilled. For what are you waiting? Don't believe in gradual steps. Take the jump. Be courageous. Only one who is courageous can follow the great teaching of Tantra. Afraid, scared, afraid of dying, scared of losing yourself, fearful of surrender, you will become the victim of small teachings, because you can manage small teachings. Not to eat this, not to do this, you can manage, you remain in control. The great teaching is to surrender your control and let the whole take you away wherever it would like to take. Don't swim against the current. Leave yourself in the river, become the river, and the river is already going to the sea. This is the great teaching. Tantra, the Supreme Understanding. 93. Osho. Chapter 7. The Pathless Path. February 17, 1975 in Buddha Hall. The song continues. To transcend duality is the kingly view. To conquer distractions is the royal practice. The path of no practice is the way of all Buddhas. He who treads the path reaches Buddhahood. Transient is this world, like phantoms and dreams. Substance it has none. Renounce it and forsake your kin. Cut the strings of lust and hatred, and meditate in woods and mountains. If without effort you remain loosely in the natural state, soon the Mahamudra you will win and attain the non-attainment. There are two paths. One is the path of the warrior, the soldier. Another is the path of the king, the royal path. Yoga is the first, Tantra is the second. So first you will have to understand what is the path of a soldier, a warrior. Only then will you be able to understand what Tilapa means by the royal path. The soldier has to fight inch by inch. The soldier has to be aggressive. The soldier has to be violent. The enemy has to be destroyed or conquered. Yoga tries to create a conflict within you. It gives you a clear-cut distinction between what is wrong and what is right, what is good and what is bad, what belongs to God and what belongs to the devil. 94. Chapter 7. The Pathless Path. And almost all the religions, except Tantra, follow the path of yoga. They divide reality and they create an inner conflict. Through conflict they proceed. For example, you have hate in you. The path of the warrior is to destroy hate within. You have anger and greed and sex, and millions of things. The path of the warrior is to destroy all that is wrong, negative, and develop all that is positive and right. Hate has to be destroyed and love evolved. Anger has to be completely destroyed and compassion created. Sex has to go and give place to be rachmacharya, to pure celibacy. Yoga immediately cuts you with a sword in two parts, the right and wrong. The right has to win over the wrong. What will you do? Anger is there. What does yoga suggest to do? It suggests, create the habit of compassion. Create the opposite. Make it so habitual that you start functioning like a robot. Hence it is called the way of the soldier. All over the world, throughout history, the soldier has been trained in a robot-like existence. He has to create habits. Habits function without consciousness. They don't need any awareness. They can move without you. If you have habits, and everybody has habits, you can watch this. A man takes out his packet of cigarettes from the pocket. Watch him. He may not be at all aware what he is doing. Just robot-like he reaches to the pocket. If there is some inner restlessness, immediately his hand goes to the pocket. He brings out the cigarette, starts smoking. He may throw the remaining part, the last part of the cigarette. He may have moved through all the gestures without even being aware of what he was doing. The robot-like existence we teach to the soldier has to do and follow. He has not to be aware. When he is commanded to turn to the right, he has to turn. He has not to think it about whether to turn or not, because if he starts thinking, then it is impossible. then the wars cannot continue in the world. Thinking is not needed, nor is awareness needed. He should simply be this much aware that he can understand the order, that's all. The minimum of awareness. Here the order is given and there, immediately, like the mechanism, he starts following. It is not that he turns to the left when he is ordered to turn left. He listens and turns. He is not turning, he has cultivated the habit. It is just like putting off or on the light. The light is not going to think about it, whether to be on or off. You push the button and the light is on. You say, left turn, and the button is pushed and the man moves left. William James has reported that once he was sitting in a coffee house and an old soldier, retired almost for 20 years, was passing with a bucket of eggs. Suddenly William James played a joke. He loudly called attention, and the poor old man stood to attention. The eggs fell from his hands, they were destroyed. He was very angry. He came running and said, "What type of joke is this?" But William James said, "You need not follow it. Everybody is free to call attention. You are not forced to follow it. Who told you to follow it? You should have gone on your way." The man said, "That is not possible. It is automatic." Of course 20 years have passed since I have been in the military, but the habit is deep-rooted. Many years of training, the condition reflexes created. Tantra the Supreme Understanding. 95. Osho. Chapter 7. The Pathless Path. This word condition reflex is good. It is coined by a Russian psychologist, Pavlov. It says you simply reflect. Somebody throws something in your eye. You don't think to blink it or close it. The eye simply closes. If light comes flying and you close the eye, you need not think. There is no need. It is a conditioned reflex. It simply happens. It is in your body habit. It is in your blood, in your bones. It simply happens. Nothing has to be done about it. The soldier is trained to be in a completely robot-like way. He has to exist in conditioned reflexes. The same is done by yoga. You get angry. Yoga says, don't get angry, rather cultivate the opposite, compassion. By and by, your energy will start moving in the habit of compassion. If you persevere for a long time, anger will disappear completely. You will feel compassion. But you will be dead, not alive. You will be a robot, not a human being. You will have compassion, not because you have compassion, but only because you have cultivated a habit. You can cultivate a bad habit. You can cultivate a good habit. Somebody can cultivate smoking. Somebody can cultivate no smoking. Somebody can cultivate non-vegetarian styles of food. Somebody can cultivate vegetarian style, but both are cultivating. And in the final judgment both are the same because both live through habits. This point has to be pondered over very deeply because it is very easy to cultivate a good habit and it is very difficult to become good. And the substitute of a good habit is cheap. It can be done very easily. Now, particularly in Russia, they are developing a therapy, conditioned reflex therapy. They say people cannot leave their habits. Somebody has been smoking for 20 years. How can you expect him to leave it? You may try to explain to him that it is bad, The doctors may say he may be even in a dangerous situation. Cancer may be developing, but 20 years of long habit, now it is ingrained, now it has moved into the deepest core of his body. Now it is in his metabolism. Even if he wants, even if he desires, even if he desires sincerely, it is difficult. Because it is not a question of sincere desire. 20 years of continuous practice. It is almost impossible. So what to do? In Russia they say there is no need to do anything, and no need to explain to him. They have developed a therapy. The man starts smoking and they give him an electric shock. The shock, the pain of it, and the smoking become joined together, become associated. For 7 days he is hospitalized, and whenever he starts smoking, immediately, automatically, he gets an electric shock. After 7 days the habit is broken. Even if you persuade him to smoke, he will be trembling. The moment he will take the cigarette in the hand, the whole body will tremble because of the idea of the shock. They say now he will never smoke. They have broken the habit by a very sharp shock treatment. But now he cannot become the Buddha just by shock treatment because he does not have an old habit. All the habits can be changed through shock treatment. Will he become a Buddha, enlightened? Because he has no bad habits anymore. No, he will not be even the human being now. He will be a mechanism. He will be afraid of things. He will not be able to do them because you have given him new habits of fear. That is the whole meaning of hell. All the religions have used it as a shock treatment. Hell is nowhere, nor is there any heaven. Both are tricks, old psychotherapeutic concepts. They have painted hell. Tantra the Supreme Understanding 96 Osho. Chapter 7. The Pathless Path. So horrible that a child can become afraid from the very childhood onwards. The mentioning of the name of hell and fear arises and he trembles. This is just a trick to prevent bad habits. And heaven is also the trick to help good habits. So, much pleasure, happiness, beauty, eternal life is promised in heaven if you follow good patterns. Whatsoever the society says is good you have to follow. Heaven is to help you towards positivity, and hell is to prevent you from going into the negative direction. Tantra is the only religion which has not used any such conditioned reflexes, because Tantra says you have to flower into a perfectly awakened being, not a robot-like mechanism. So if you understand Tantra, habit is bad. There are no bad habits. There are no good habits. Habit is bad. And one should be awake so there are no habits. You simply live moment to moment with full awareness, not by habits. If you can't live without habits, that is the royal path. Why is it royal? Because the soldier has to follow, a king need not. The king is above. He gives orders. He receives no orders from anybody. A king never goes to fight, only soldiers go. A king is not a fighter. A king lives the most relaxed of all lives. This is just a metaphor. The soldier has to follow. A king simply lives loose and natural. There is nobody above him. Tantra says there is nobody above you whom you have to follow, through whom you have to get your pattern of life, through whom you have to become imitators. There is nobody. You live a loose and natural and flowing life. The only thing is, just be aware. Through fighting you can cultivate good habits, but they will be habits, not natural. People say a habit is a second nature. Maybe, but remember the word second. It is not natural. It may look almost natural, but it is not. What will be the difference between real compassion and compassion cultivated? The real compassion is a response. The situation and the response. The real compassion is always fresh. Something has happened and your heart flows towards it. The child has fallen and you run and help the child to stand back up. But this is a response. A false compassion, a cultivated compassion, is a reaction. These two words are very meaningful, response and reaction. Response is alive to the situation, reaction is just an ingrained habit. Because in the past you have been training yourself to help somebody if he is fallen, you simply go and help, but there is no heart in it. Somebody is drowning in the river, you run and help the person just because you have been taught to do so. You have cultivated the habit of helping, but you are not involved. You remained out of it. Your heart is not there. You have not responded. You have not responded to this man drowning in this river. You have not responded to this moment. You have followed an ideology. To follow an ideology is good. Help everybody. Become a servant to people. Have compassion. You have an ideology, and through the ideology you react. It is out of the past that the action comes. It is already dead. When the situation creates the action and you respond with full awareness, only then something of beauty happens to you. If you react because of the ideology, old habit patterns, you will not gain anything out of it. At the most you can gain a little ego, which is not a gain at all. You may start bragging that you have saved a man who was drowning in the river. You may go to the marketplace and shout loudly, "Look, I have saved another human life." You may gain a little more ego. You have done something good. Tantra the Supreme Understanding 97.0 Show. Chapter 7. The Pathless Path. But it is not a gain. You have lost a great opportunity of being spontaneous in compassion. If you had responded to the situation, then something would have flowered in you, a blossoming. You would have felt a certain silence, a stillness, a blessing. Whenever there is a response, you feel a blossoming inside. Whenever there is a reaction, you remain dead, corpse-like you behave, robot-like you act. Reaction is ugly. Response is beautiful. Reaction is always the part. Reaction is never the whole. Response is always the whole. Your whole totality jumps into the river. You don't think about it. The situation simply lets it happen. If your life becomes a life of response and spontaneity, you will become someday a Buddha. If your life becomes a life of reaction, dead habits, you may look like the Buddha but you will not become a Buddha. You will be a painted Buddha. Inside you will be just a corpse. Habit kills life. Habit is against life. Every day in the morning you have made it a habit to get up early. At 5 you get up. In India I have seen many people, because in India, for centuries, it has been taught that the Brahmuhurt, before the sun has risen, is the most auspicious moment, the holiest that is, but you cannot make a habit out of it. because the holy exists only in the living response. They get up at 5, but you will never see on their faces the glory that comes if you get up early as a response. The whole life is awakening all around you. The whole earth is waiting for the sun. The stars are disappearing. Everything is becoming more conscious. The earth has slept. The trees have slept. The birds are ready to take wing. Everything is getting ready. A new day starts. A new celebration. If it is a response, then you get up like a bird, humming, singing. You have a dance to your step. It is not a habit. It is not that you have to get up. It is not that because it is written in the scriptures and you are a devoted Hindu so you have to get up in the early morning. If you make a habit out of it, you will not hear the birds because birds are not written in the scriptures. You will not see the sun rising because that is not the point. You are following the dead discipline. You may even be angry. You may even be against it because last night you were late going to bed and you are not feeling well enough to get up. It would have been better if you could have slept a little more. You were not ready. You were tired. Your last night was not good, and you have dreamed too much and your whole body feels lethargic. You would like to have a little more sleep. But no, the scriptures are against it and you have been taught from the very childhood. In my childhood my grandfather was very much for the morning. He would drag me out of my sleep near about 3 in the morning, and since then I have not been able to get up early. He would drag me and I would curse him inside, but I couldn't do anything and he would take me for a walk, and I was sleepy and I had to walk with him. He destroyed the whole beauty. Whenever later I had to go for a morning walk, I could not forgive him. I will always remember him. He destroyed. 4 years continuously he was dragging me, and he was doing something good, and he was thinking that he is helping to create a lifestyle. This is not the way. Sleepy. And he was dragging me, and the path was beautiful and the morning was beautiful, but he destroyed the whole beauty. He put me off. Only after many years could I regain and move into the morning without Tantra the Supreme Understanding 98.0 show. Chapter 7. The Pathless Path. Remembering him. Otherwise his memory was with me. Even when he was dead he would follow me like a shadow in the morning. If you make a habit, if you make a forced thing, then morning becomes ugly. Then it is better to go to sleep. But be spontaneous. Some days you may not be able to get up. Nothing is wrong in it. You are not committing a sin. If you are feeling sleepy, sleep is beautiful as any morning and as beautiful as any sunrise. Because sleep belongs to the divine as much as the sun. If you are feeling to rest the whole day, it is good. This is what Tantra says, the royal way. Behave like a king, not like a soldier. There is nobody on top of you to force you and order you. There should not be really the style of life. That is the royal way. You should live moment to moment, enjoying moment to moment. Spontaneity should be the way. And why bother about tomorrow? This moment is enough. Live it in totality. Respond, but don't react. No habits should be the formula. I am not saying live in a chaos, but don't live through habits. Maybe, just living spontaneously, the way of life evolves in you, but that is not forced. If you enjoy the morning every day, and through enjoyment you get up early in the morning, not as a habit, and you get up every day, and you may get up for your whole life, but that is not a habit. You are not forcing yourself to get up. It happens. It is beautiful. You enjoy it. You love it. If it happens out of love, it is not a style. It is not a habit, not a conditioning, not a cultivated, dead thing. Less habits. You will be more alive. No habits. You will be perfectly alive. Habits surround you with a dead crust and you become enclosed in them. You become encapsulated. Like a sea, the cell surrounds you. Hard. Be flexible. Yoga teaches you to cultivate the opposite of all that is bad. Fight with evil and attend to good. There is violence. Kill the violence within you and become non-violent. Cultivate non-violence. Always do the opposite and force the opposite to become your pattern. This is the soldier's way, a small teaching. Tantra is the great teaching, the supreme. What does Tantra say? Tantra says, don't create any conflict within yourself. Accept both. And through the acceptance of both, the transcendence happens, not victory but transcendence. In yoga there are victories. In Tantra there are none. In Tantra, simply transcendence. Not that you become non-violent against violence. You simply go beyond both. You simply become a third phenomenon, the witness. I was sitting once in a butcher shop. He was a very good man and I used to go to visit him. It was evening and he was just going to close the shop when a man came and asked for a hen. And I knew because just a few minutes before he had told me that everything was sold today. Only one hen was left. So he was very happy. He went in, brought the hen out, threw it on the scale and said, "That will be 5 rupees." The man said, "It is good, but I am going to give a party and many friends are coming and this hen seems to be too small. I would like to have a little bigger one." Now I knew that he had no hen left. This was the only one. The butcher brooded a little, took the hen back inside the room, stayed there a little, came back again, threw the hen on the scale, the same one, and said, "This will be 7 rupees." Tantra, the Supreme Understanding 99 shows. Chapter 7. The Pathless Path. The man said, "Tell you what, I will take both of them." Then the butcher was really in a fix. And Tantra puts the whole existence itself in a fix. Tantra says, "I will take both of them." There are not two. Hate is nothing but another aspect of love. Anger is nothing but another aspect of compassion. And violence is nothing but another face of non-violence. Tantra says, "Tell you what, I will take both of them. I accept both." And suddenly through this acceptance there is a transcendence, because there are not two. Violence and non-violence are not two. Anger and compassion are not two. Love and hate are not two. That's why you observe, but you are so unconscious that you don't recognize the fact. Your love changes into hate within a second. How is it possible if they are two? Not even a second is needed. This moment you love, and next moment you hate the same person. In the morning you love the same person. By the afternoon you hate. In the evening you love again. This game of love and hate goes on. In fact, Love and hate is not the right word. Love, hate, anger, compassion. They are one phenomenon. They are not two. That's why love can become hate. Hate can become love. Anger can become compassion. Compassion can become anger. Tantra says the division is wrought by your mind and then you start fighting. You create the division first. You condemn one aspect and you appreciate another. You create the division first. Then you create the conflict and then you are in trouble. And you will be in trouble. A yogi is constantly in trouble because whatsoever he will do, the victory cannot be final, at the most temporary. You can push down anger and act compassion, but you know well that you have pushed it down into the unconscious and it is there, and any moment, a little unawareness and it will bubble up, it will surface. So one has to constantly push it down. And this is such an ugly phenomenon. If one has to constantly push down negative things, then the whole life is wasted. When will you enjoy the divine? You have no space, no time. You are fighting with the anger and greed and sex and jealousy and 1,000 things. And those 1,000 enemies are there. You have to be constantly on watch. You can never relax. How can you be loose and natural? You will always be tense, strained, always ready to fight, always afraid. Yogis become afraid even of sleep, because in sleep they cannot be on watch. In sleep all that they have forced down surfaces. They may have attained to celibacy while they are awake, but in dreams it becomes impossible. Beautiful women keep on floating inside, and the yogi cannot do anything. Those beautiful women are not coming from some heaven, as it is written in Hindu stories, that God sent them. Why should God be interested in you? The poor yogi, not doing anybody any harm, simply sitting in the Himalayas with closed eyes, fighting with his own problems. Why should God be interested in him? And why should he send APSARAs, beautiful women, to distract him from his path? Why? Nobody is there. There is no need for anybody to send anybody. The yogi is creating his own dreams. Whatsoever you suppress surfaces in the dreams. Those dreams are the part the yogi has denied, and your waking hours are as much yours as your dreams are yours. So whether you love a woman in your waking hours, or you love a woman in dream, there is no difference. There cannot be. Tantra the Supreme Understanding 100 Osho. Chapter 7. The Pathless Path. Because it is not a question of a woman there or not. It is a question of you. Whether you love the picture, the dream picture, or you love the real woman, there is in fact no difference. There cannot be, because a real woman is also the picture inside. You never know the real woman, you only know the picture. I am here. How do you know that I am really here? Maybe it is just a dream. You are dreaming me here. What will be the difference if you dream me here and you see me actually here? And how will you make the difference? What is the criterion? Because whether I am here or not makes no difference. You see me inside your mind. In both the cases, dream or real, your eyes take the rays in and your mind interprets that somebody is there. You have never seen any actual person. You cannot see. That's why Hindus say this is a Maya. This is an illusory world. Tillipot says, transient, ghost-like, phantom-like, dream-like is this world. Why? because in dream and actuality there is no difference. In both the cases you are confined in your mind. You only see pictures. You have never seen any reality. You cannot see, because the reality can only be seen when you become real. You are a ghost-like phenomenon, the shadow. How can you see the real? The shadow can see only the shadow. You can see reality only when the mind is dropped. Through the mind, everything becomes unreal. The mind projects, creates, colors, interprets. Everything becomes false. Hence the emphasis, continuous emphasis on how to be no minds. Tantra says don't fight. If you fight, you may continue your fight for many lives and nothing will happen out of it. Because in the first place you have missed, where you have seen to was only one. And if the first step has been missed, you cannot reach the goal. Your whole journey is going to be continuously missing. The first step has to be taken absolutely rightly, otherwise you will never reach the goal. And what is the absolutely right thing? Tantra says it is to see the one in to see the one in many. Once you can see one in duality, already the transcendence has started. This is the royal path. Now we will try to understand the supreme. To transcend duality is the kingly view. To transcend, not to win. To transcend. This word is very beautiful. What does it mean, to transcend? It is just as if a small child is playing with his toys. You tell him to put them away and he becomes angry. Even when he goes to sleep, he goes with his toys, and the mother has to remove them when he is fallen asleep. In the morning, the first thing that he demands to know is where his toys are and who has taken them away. Even in the dream, he dreams about the toys. Then suddenly one day he forgets about the toys. For a few days they remain in the corner of his room, and then they are removed or thrown away. Never again does he ask for them. What has happened? He has transcended. He has become mature. It is not a fight and a victory. It is not that he was fighting against the desire to have toys. No, suddenly one day he sees this is childish and he is no more a child. Suddenly one day he realizes that toys are toys. They are not real life, and he is ready. Tantra the Supreme Understanding 101 Osho. Chapter 7. The Pathless Path. For the real life. His back is turned towards the toys. Never again in dreams will they come, never again will he think about them. And if he sees some other child playing with toys, he will laugh. He will laugh knowingly. The knowing laugh, the wise laugh. He will say, he's a child, still childish, playing with toys. He has transcended. Transcendence is a very spontaneous phenomenon. It is not to be cultivated. You simply become more mature. You simply see the whole absurdity of a certain thing, and you transcend. One young man came to me and he was very much worried. He has a beautiful wife, but her nose is a little too long. So he was worried and he said, what to do? Even plastic surgery was done. The nose became a little more ugly, because there was nothing wrong, and when you try to improve something where nothing is wrong, it becomes more ugly, it makes more of a mess. Now he was more troubled and he asked me what to do. I talked to him about the toys and I told him, one day you will have to transcend. This is just childish. Why are you obsessed so much with her nose? The nose is just a tiny part, and your wife is so beautiful and such a beautiful person, and why are you making her so sad because of her nose? Because she has also become touchy about her nose. Her nose has become as if it was the whole problem of life. And all problems are like this. Don't think that your problem is something greater. All problems are like this. All problems are out of childishness, juvenile. They are born out of immaturity. He was concerned so much with the nose that he would not even look at his wife's face, because whenever he saw the nose he was troubled. But you cannot escape things so easily. If you are not looking at the face because of the nose, still you are reminded of the nose. Even if you are trying to evade the issue is there. You are obsessed. So I told him to meditate on the wife's nose. He said, "What? I cannot even look." I told him, "This is going to help. You simply meditate on the nose." People used in the ancient days to meditate on the tip of their own nose. So what is wrong in meditating on the tip of your wife's nose? Beautiful. You try. He said, "But what will happen out of it?" You just try. I told him, "And after a few months you tell me what happens." Every day, let her sit before you and you meditate on her nose. One day he came running to me and he said, "What nonsense I have been doing." Suddenly, I have transcended. The whole foolishness of it has become apparent. Now it is no more the problem. He has not become victorious because, in fact, there is no enemy there so that you can win. There is no enemy to you. This is what Tantra says. The whole life is in deep love with you. There is nobody who is to be destroyed, nobody who is to be won, nobody who is an enemy, a foe to you. The whole life loves you. From everywhere the love is flowing, and within you also. There are no enemies. They have been created by priests. They have made the battleground. They have made you a battleground. They say, "Fight this. This is bad. Fight that." Tantra, the Supreme Understanding 102 Osho. Chapter 7. The Pathless Path. That is bad. They have created so many enemies that you are surrounded by enemies and you have lost contact with the whole beauty of life. I say to you, anger is not your enemy, greed is not your enemy, neither is compassion your friend, nor is nonviolence your friend. Because friend or foe, you remain with the duality. Just look at the whole of your being and you will find they are one. When the foe becomes the friend and the friend becomes the foe, all duality is lost. Suddenly there is a transcendence, suddenly an awakening. And I tell you, it is sudden, because when you fight you have to fight inch by inch. This is not a fight at all. This is the way of the kings. The royal path. Says Tilipal, to transcend duality is the kingly view. Transcend duality. Just watch and you will see there is no duality. Bodhidharma, one of the rarest jewels ever born, went to China. The king came to see him, and the king said, "Sometimes I am very much disturbed. Sometimes there is much tension and anguish within me." Bodhidharma looked at him and said, "You come early tomorrow morning at 4 o'clock, and bring all your anguish, anxieties, disturbances with you. Remember, don't come alone, bring all of them." The king looked at this Bodhidharma. He was a very weird-looking fellow. He could have scared anybody to death. And the king said, "What are you saying? What do you mean?" Bodhidharma said, "If you don't bring those things, then how can I set you right? Bring all of them and I will set everything right." The king thought, "It is better not to go. 4 o'clock in the morning. It will be dark, and this man looks a little mad. With a big staff in his hand, he can even hit. And what does he mean that he will put everything right?" He couldn't sleep the whole night because Bodhidharma haunted him. By the morning he felt that it would be good to go, because who knows? Maybe he can do something. So he came, grudgingly, hesitatingly, but he reached. And the first thing Bodhidharma asked, he was sitting there before the temple with his staff, was looking even more dangerous in the dark, and he said, "So you have come? Where are the other fellows that you were talking about?" The king said, "You talk in puzzles, because they are not things that I can bring, they are inside." Bodhidharma said, "Okay. Inside, outside, things are things. You sit down, close your eyes and try to find them inside. Catch hold of them and immediately tell me and look at my staff. I am going to set them right." Tantra the Supreme Understanding. 103. Osho. Chapter 7. The Pathless Path. The king closed his eyes. There was nothing else to do. He closed his eyes, afraid a little, looked inside here and there, watched. And suddenly he became aware the more he looked in, that there was nothing, no anxiety, no anguish, no disturbance. He fell into a deep meditation. Hours passed. The sun started rising, and on his face there was tremendous silence. Then Bodhidharma told him, "Now open your eyes. Enough is enough. Where are those fellows? Could you get hold of them?" The king laughed, bowed down, touched the feet of Bodhidharma, and he said, "Really, you have set them right, because I could not find them, and now I know what is the matter. They are not there in the first place. They were there because I never entered within myself and looked for them. They were there because I was not present inside. Now I know. You have done the miracle. And this is what happened. This is transcendence, not solving the problem, but seeing whether really there is a problem in the first place. First you create the problem and then you start asking for the solution. First you create the question and then you roam around the world asking for the answer. This has been my experience also, that if you watch the question will disappear. There is no need for any answer. If you watch the question disappears. And this is transcendence. It is not a solution because there was no question at all to solve. You don't have a disease. Just watch inside and you will not find the disease. Then what is the need of a solution? Every man is as he should be. Every man is a born king. Nothing is lacking. You need not be improved upon. And people who try to improve you, they destroy you. They are the real mischief makers. And there are many who are just watching like cats for mice. You come near them and they pounce upon you and they start improving you immediately. There are many improvers. That's why the world is in such a chaos. There are too many people trying to improve on you. Don't allow anybody to improve upon you. You are already the last word. You are not only the Alpha, you are the Omega also. You are complete, perfect. Even if you feel imperfection, Tantra says that imperfection is perfect. You need not worry about it. It will look very strange to say that your imperfection is also perfect. Nothing is lacking in it. In fact, you appear imperfect not because you are imperfect but because you are a growing perfection. This looks absurd, illogical, because we think perfection cannot grow, because we mean by perfection that which has come to its last growth, but that perfection will be dead. If it cannot grow, then that perfection will be dead. God goes on growing. God is not perfect in that way, that he has no growth. He is perfect because he lacks nothing, but he goes from one perfection to another. The growth continues. God is evolution, not from imperfection to perfection but from perfection to more perfection, to still more perfection. When perfection is without any future, it is dead. When perfection has a future to it, still an opening, the growth, still the movement, then it looks like imperfection. And I would like to tell you, be imperfect and growing, because that is what life is. And don't try to be perfect. Otherwise you will stop growing. Then you will be like the Buddha statue, stone, but dead. Because of this phenomenon, that perfection goes on growing, you feel it is imperfect. Let it be as it is. Allow it to be as it is. This is the royal way. Tantra the Supreme Understanding 140 Show. Chapter 7. The Pathless Path. To transcend duality is the kingly view. To conquer distractions is the royal practice. Distractions are there when you will lose your consciousness again and again. You meditate. You sit for meditation. The thought comes, and immediately you have forgotten yourself. You follow the thought, you have got involved in it. Tantra says only one thing has to be conquered, and that is distractions. What will you do? Only one thing. When the thought comes, remain the witness. Look at it, observe it, allow it to pass your being, but don't get attached to it in any way, for or against. It may be a bad thought, the thought to kill somebody. Don't push it, don't say, "This is a bad thought." The moment you say something about the thought, you have become attached, you are distracted. Now this thought will lead you to many things, from one thought to another. A good thought comes, a compassionate thought. Don't say, "Ha ha, so beautiful. I am a great saint. Such beautiful thoughts are coming to me that I would like to give salvation to the whole world. I would like to liberate everybody." Don't say that. Good or bad, you remain the witness. Still, in the beginning, many times you will be distracted. Then what to do? If you are distracted, be distracted. Don't be worried too much about it. Otherwise that worry will become an obsession. Be distracted. For a few minutes you will be distracted. Then suddenly you will remember, "I am distracted." Then it is okay. Come back. Don't feel depressed. Don't say, "It was bad that I was distracted again." You are creating the dualism, bad and good. Distracted, okay, accept it, come back. Even with distraction you don't create a conflict. That's what Krishnamurti goes on saying. He uses a very paradoxical concept for it. He says if you are inattentive, be attentively inattentive. That's okay. Suddenly you find you have been inattentive. Give attention to it and come back home. Krishnamurti has not been understood, and the reason is that he follows the royal path. If he had been a yogi, he would have been understood very easily. That's why he goes on saying there is no method. On the royal path there is no method. He goes on saying that there is no technique. On the royal path there is none. He goes on saying no scripture will help you. On the royal path there is no scripture. Distracted. The moment you remember, the moment this attention comes to you that I have been distracted, come back. That's all. Don't create any conflict. Don't say, this was bad. Don't feel depressed, frustrated that you have been again distracted. Nothing is wrong in distraction. Enjoy it also. If you can enjoy the distraction, less and less it will happen to you. And a day comes when there is no distraction. But this is not a victory. You have not pushed the distracting trends of your mind deep into the unconscious. No, you allowed it also. It too is good. This is the mind of Tantra, that everything is good and holy. Even if there is distraction, somehow it is needed. You may not be aware why it is needed. Somehow it is needed. If you can't feel good about everything that happens, then only are you following the royal path. If you start fighting with anything whatsoever, you have fallen from the royal path and you have become an ordinary soldier, a warrior. Tantra, the Supreme Understanding. 105. Osho. Chapter 7. The Pathless Path. To transcend duality is the kingly view. To conquer distractions is the royal practice. The path of no practice is the way of all Buddhas. Nothing is to be practiced because practice creates habits. One has to become more aware, not more practiced. The beautiful happens through the spontaneous, not through the practice. You can practice love. You can go through some training. In America they are thinking to create a few training courses for love, because people have even forgotten that. How to love. It is really strange. Even birds, animals, trees, they don't ask anybody, they don't go to any college, and they love. And many people come to me. Just a few days ago one young man wrote a letter to me, and he said, I understand, but how to love, how to proceed, how to approach a woman. It seems ridiculous, but we have lost the natural, loose way completely. Not even love is possible without training. And if you are trained, you will become absolutely ugly, because then everything you do will be part of the training. It will not be real, it will be acting. It will not be real life. It will be like just actors. They create love, they act in the loving way. But have you noticed that actors are the greatest failures as far as love is concerned? Their love life is almost always a failure. This should not be so, because 24 hours a day they are practicing love, with so many women, with so many stories. In different ways they are practicing love. They are professional lovers. They should be perfect, then they fall in love. But when they fall in love they are always failures. The life of actors and actresses, their idol life, is always the failure. What is the matter? Practice is the matter. They have practiced it too much. Now the heart cannot function. They simply go on making impotent gestures. They kiss, but the kiss is not there. Only lips meet. Only lips meet. The inner energy, the transfer of inner energy is not there. Their lips are closed, cold. And if lips are cold, closed, and energy is not being released through them, the kiss is an ugly thing, unhygienic. It is just a transfer of millions of cells, germs, diseases. That's all. The kiss is ugly if the inner energy is not present. You can embrace a woman or a man, only bones meet, bodies clash, but there is no jump of the inner energy. The energy is not there. You are just moving through an impotent gesture. You can even make love. You can move through all the gestures of love, but that will be more like gymnastics and less like love. Remember, practice kills life. Life is more alive when unpracticed, when it flows in all directions without any pattern, without any forced discipline. Then it has its own order and discipline. The path of no practice is the way of all Buddhas. He who treads that path reaches Buddhahood. Then what to do? If no practice is the path, then what to do? Then just live spontaneously. What is the fear? Why are you so afraid to live spontaneously? Of course there may be dangers, hazards are there, but that is good. Life is not like the railway track. The trains moving on the same track again and again, shunting. Life is like the river, it creates its own path. It is not a channel. A channel is not good. A channel means a life of habits. Danger is there, but danger is life. It is involved in life. Only dead persons are beyond danger. That's why people become dead. Tantra, the Supreme Understanding. 106. Osho. Chapter 7. The Pathless Path. Your houses are more like graves. You are concerned too much with security, and too much concern for security kills, because life is insecure. It is so. Nothing can be done about it. Nobody can make it secure. All securities are false. All securities are imagined. A woman loves you today. Tomorrow who knows? How can you be secure about tomorrow? You may go to the court and register, and make a legal bond that she will remain your wife tomorrow also. She may remain your wife because of the legal bonds, but love can disappear. Love knows no legality. And when love disappears and the wife remains the wife and the husband remains the husband, then there is a deadness between them. Because of security we create marriage. Because of security we create society. Because of security we always move on the channelized path. Life is wild. Love is wild. And God is absolutely wild. He will never come into your gardens. They are too human. He will not come to your houses. They are too small. He will never be met on your channelized paths. He is wild. Remember, Tantra says life is wild. One has to live it through all the dangers, hazards, and it is beautiful because then there is adventure. Don't try to make a fixed pattern of your life. Allow it to have its own course. Accept everything, transcend duality through acceptance and allow the life to have its own course, and you will certainly reach. This certainly I say, not to make you secure, this is a fact, that's why I say it. This is not your certainty of security. Those who are wild always reach. Transient is this world, like phantoms and dreams. Substance it has none. Renounce it and forsake your kin. Cut the strings of lust and hatred, and meditate in woods and mountains. If without effort you remain loosely in the natural state, soon the Mahamudra you will win and attain the non-attainment, the non-attainable. This sutra has to be understood very deeply, because misunderstanding is possible. There has been much misunderstanding about Tilapa, about this sutra, and all those who have commented before me, they have missed the point. There is reason. This sutra says, transient is this world is made of the same stuff as dreams are made of. In dreams and in this world there is no difference. Waking or asleep, you live in a dream world of your own. Remember, there is not one world. There are as many worlds as there are persons. Everybody lives in his own world. Sometimes our worlds meet and clash, sometimes merge, but we remain enclosed in our own worlds. Transient is this world, mind created, like phantoms and dreams. Substance it has none. This is what physicists say also. Substance it has none. Matter has disappeared completely from the vocabulary of the physicists just within 30, 40 years. 70 years ago, 75 years ago, Nietzsche declared, God is dead. And he said it to emphasize that only matter exists. And the century is not even complete. Just 25 years after Nietzsche died in 1900, in 1925 physicists came to understand that we don't know anything about God. But one thing is certain, matter is dead. There is no material thing around you. Everything is just vibrations. Crisscrossing vibrations create the illusion of matter. Tantra the Supreme Understanding 107 Osho. Chapter 7. The Pathless Path. It is the same as you see in a movie. There is nothing on the screen, only crisscrossing electric lights, and they create the whole illusion. And now there are three-dimensional films. They create the complete illusion of three-dimensionality. Exactly like the movie film on the screen is the whole world, because it is all electric phenomenon. Only you are real. Only the witness is real and everything is a dream. And Buddhahood means when you transcend all these dreams then nothing is left to be seen. Only the seer sits silently. There is nothing, no object to be seen. Only the seer is left. Then you have attained to Buddhahood, to reality. Transient is this world, like phantoms and dreams. Substance it has none. Renounce it and forsake your kin. These words, renounce it and forsake your kin, have been misunderstood. There is a reason why, because they are all renouncers, and they thought that Tilapa is saying what they believe. Tilapa cannot say it because it is against his whole trend. If they are like dreams, what is the meaning of renouncing them? You can renounce reality. You cannot renounce dreams. It will be too foolish. You can renounce a substantial world. You cannot renounce a phantom world. In the morning you say, declare, go to the housetop and call everybody around and say, I have renounced dreams. Last night there were many dreams and I have renounced them. They will laugh. They will think you have gone crazy. Nobody renounces dreams. One simply awakes. Nobody renounces dreams. One Zen master one morning woke up and he asked one of his disciples, I had a dream last night. Would you interpret it for me, what it means?" The disciple said, "Wait, let me bring a cup of tea for you." The master took the cup of tea and then asked, "Now what about the dream?" The disciple said, "Forget about it, because a dream is a dream and needs no interpretation. A cup of tea is enough interpretation." Awake. The master said, "Right, absolutely right. If you had interpreted my dream, I would have thrown you out of my monastery, because only fools interpret dreams. You did well, otherwise you would have been thrown out completely, and I would not have looked at your face again. When there is a dream, you need a cup of tea and be finished with it." Freud and Jung and Adler would have been much worried had they known this story, because they wasted their whole lives interpreting others' dreams. The dream has to be transcended. Simply by knowing it is a dream you transcend. This is the renunciation. Telepot has been misunderstood because there are so many renouncers in the world. Condemners. They thought he was saying renounce the world. He was not saying that. He was saying, know that it is transient and this is renunciation. Renounce it, he says. He means, know that it is a dream. Forsake your kin. It has been thought that he is saying, leave your family, your relations, your mother, your father, your children. No, he is not saying that. He cannot say that. It is impossible. Tantra the Supreme Understanding 180 Show. Chapter 7. The Pathless Path. For Telepot to say that, he is saying renounce the inner relationship with people. You should not think somebody is your wife, that yourness is a phantom. It is a dream. You should not say, this child is my son, that mightness. That mind is a dream. Nobody is yours. Nobody can be yours. Renounce these attitudes that somebody is yours, husband, wife, friend, enemy. Renounce all these attitudes. Don't bridge, mine, bind these words, drop them. Suddenly, if you drop these words, you have renounced your kin. Nobody is yours. That doesn't mean that you escape, you run away from your wife, because the running away will show that you think she is substantial. Running away will show that you still think she is yours. Otherwise, why are you running? It happened. One Hindu sannyasi, Swami Ramatirtha, came back from America. He was staying in the Himalayas. His wife came to see him. He became a little disturbed. His disciple, the very penetrating mind, Sardar Puran Singh, was sitting beside him. He watched. He felt that Ramatirtha was disturbed. When the wife went, suddenly Ramatirtha threw off his orange robes. Puran Singh asked, "What is the matter?" "I was watching. You were a little disturbed. It felt that you were not yourself." He said, "That's why I'm throwing off these robes. I have met so many women, and I was never disturbed. Nothing is special about this woman, except that she was my wife. That might is still there. I am not worthy to wear these robes. I have not renounced the mine. I have renounced only the wife. And the wife is not the problem. No other woman has ever disturbed me. I have walked all over the earth, but my wife comes. She is as ordinary a woman as any, and suddenly I am disturbed. The bridge is still there. He died in ordinary clothes. He never again used the orange. He said, "I am not worthy." Tilipa cannot say renounce your wife and children and your kin. No, he is saying renounce the bridges. Drop them. That is your affair. It is not concerned with the wife. If she continues to think about you as her husband, that is her problem, not yours. If the son continues to think of you as his father, that is his problem. He is a child. He needs maturity. I say to you, Tilipad means renouncing the inner dreams and bridges, the inner worlds, and meditate in woods and mountains. And that too. He is not saying to run away to the mountains and the woods. It has been interpreted like that, and many have escaped from their wives and children and gone to the mountains. That is absolutely wrong. What Tilipa is saying is deeper. It is not so superficial, because you can go to the mountains and remain in the market. Your mind is the question. You may sit in the Himalayas and think of the market and your wife and your children and what is happening to them. It happened. A man renounced his wife, children, family and came to Tilipa to be initiated as his disciple. Tilipa was staying in a temple outside the town. The man came. When he reached inside he was alone and Tilipa was alone. Tilipa looked around him and said, "You have come. That's okay. But why this crowd?" He also looked behind him, because there was no one. Tilipa said, "Don't look back. Look in. The crowd is there." The man closed his eyes and the crowd was there. The wife was still there crying. The children were weeping and sad. They were standing there. They Tantra the Supreme Understanding 109 Osho. Chapter 7. The Pathless Path had come to leave him at the boundary of the town. Friends, family, others, they were all there. And Tilipa said, "Go out. Leave the crowd. I initiate persons, not crowds." No, Tilipa cannot mean that you renounce the world and go to the mountains. He is not so foolish. He cannot mean that. He is an awakened man. What he means is this. He says if you renounce the dreams, the bridges, the relationships, not the relations, if you renounce your mind, suddenly you are in the woods and in the mountains. You may be sitting in the market. The market has disappeared. You may be sitting in your house. The house has disappeared. Suddenly you are in the woods and in the mountains. Suddenly you are alone. Only you are there, nobody else. You can be in the crowd and alone, and you can be alone and in the crowd. You can be in the world and not of the world. You can be in the world, but you belong to the mountains and the woods. This is an inner phenomenon. There are inner mountains and inner woods, and Tilipa cannot say anything about the outer mountains and woods, because they are also dreams. The Himalaya is as much a dream as the marketplace in Pune, because a Himalaya is as outer a phenomenon as the marketplace is. The woods are also a dream. You have to come to the inner. The reality is there. You have to move more and more deeper in the depths of your being. Then you will come to the real Himalayas. Then you will come to the real woods of your being, peaks and valleys of your being, heights and depths of your being. Tilipa means that if without effort you remain loosely in the natural state. And he has to mean that because he is for a loose and natural state. To escape from the wife and the children is not natural, and it is not loose at all. A man who leaves his wife and children and friends and the world becomes tense. He cannot be loose. In the very effort of renouncing, the tension comes in. To be natural means to be there where you are. To be natural means, wherever you found yourself, be there. If you are a husband, good. If you are a wife, beautiful. If you are the mother, right. It has to be so. Accept wherever you are and whatsoever you are and whatsoever is happening to you. Only then you can be loose and natural. Otherwise you cannot be loose and natural. Your so-called monks, sadhus, people who have escaped from the world, in fact, cowards sitting in their monasteries, cannot be loose and natural. They have to be uptight. They have done something unnatural. They have gone against the natural flow. Yes, for a few people it can be natural. So I am not saying force yourself to be in the marketplace, because then you will commit the other extreme, and you will do again the same foolishness. To a few people it may be absolutely natural to be in a monastery, then they have to be in the monastery. To a few people it may be absolutely natural to move in the mountains. They have to be in the mountains. The thing to be remembered as a criterion is being loose and natural. If you are natural in the market, beautiful, the market is also divine. If you feel loose and natural in the Himalayas, beautiful, nothing is wrong in it. Remember only one thing, be loose and natural. Don't strain, and don't try to create the tension within your being. Relax. Soon the you will win. Remaining loose and natural. Soon you will come to the orgasmic peak with the existence. Tantra the Supreme Understanding 110 Show. Chapter 7. The Pathless Path. And attain the non-attainment, and you will attain that which cannot be attained. Why? Why say it cannot be attained? Because it cannot be made goal. It cannot be attained by a goal-oriented mind. It cannot be attained by an achieving mind. Many people here are of the same trend of the achieving mind. They are uptight because they have made the goal of that which cannot be made goal. It happens to you. You can only be passive, loose and natural, and wait for the right time, because everything has its own season. It will happen in its own season. What is the hurry? If you are in a hurry, then you will become uptight. Then you will be constantly expecting. That's why Tilipot says, and attain the non-attainment. It is not a goal. You cannot make a target of it. I am going to attain it. You cannot reach it like an arrow. No. The mind which is arrow towards the goal is a tense mind. Suddenly it comes, when you are ready. Not even the footsteps are heard. Suddenly it comes. You do not even become aware that it is coming. It has bloomed. Suddenly you see the blooming. You are filled with the fragrance. Tantra the Supreme Understanding 111 Osho. Chapter 8. Cut the Root. February 18, 1975 in Bodh Hall. The song continues. Cut the root of a tree and the leaves will wither. Cut the root of your mind and some forth falls. The light of any lamp dispels in a moment the darkness of long kalpas. The strong light of the mind in but a flash will burn the veil of ignorance. Whoever clings to mind sees not the truth of what's beyond the mind. Whoever strives to practice Dharma finds not the truth of BYONDPRACTICE. To know what is beyond both mind and practice, one should cut cleanly through the root of mind and stare naked. One should thus break away from all distinctions and remain at ease. Choice is bondage. Choicelessness freedom. The moment you choose something, you have fallen in the trap of the world. If you can resist the temptation to choose, if you can't remain choicelessly aware, the trap disappears on its own accord, because when you don't choose, you don't help the trap to be there. The trap is also created by your choice. So this word choice has to be understood very deeply, because only through that understanding can choicelessness flower in you. Why can't you remain without choosing? Why does it happen the moment you see a person or a thing? Immediately a subtle wave of choice has entered in you, even if you are not aware that you have chosen. A woman passes by and you say she is beautiful. You are not saying anything about your choice, but the choice has entered. For to say of a person that she is beautiful means, I would 112. Chapter 8. Cut the root. Like to choose her. In fact, deep down you have chosen, you are already in the trap. The seed has fallen to the soil. Soon there will be sprouts, there will be a plant and a tree. The moment you say, this car is beautiful, choice has entered. You may not be aware at all that you have chosen, that you would like to possess this car, but in the mind a fantasy has entered, the desire has risen. When you say something is beautiful, you mean that you would like to have it. When you say something is ugly, you mean that you would not like to have it. Choice is subtle and one has to be very minutely aware about it. Whenever you say something, remember this, that saying is not only saying, not a mere saying. Something has happened in the unconscious. Don't make the distinction, this is beautiful and that is ugly. This is good and that is bad. Don't make the distinctions. Remain aloof. Things are neither bad nor good. The quality of goodness and badness is introduced by you. Things are neither beautiful nor ugly. They are simply there as they are. The quality of being beautiful and ugly is introduced by you. It is your interpretation. What do you mean when you say something is beautiful? Is there any criterion of beauty? Can you prove it that it is beautiful? Just standing by your side, somebody may think, this is ugly. So it is nothing objective. Nobody can prove anything beautiful. Thousands and thousands of books have been written on aesthetics, and it has been a long, arduous journey for intellectuals, thinkers and philosophers to define what beauty is. They have not yet been able. They have written great books, great treatises. They go round about and round about, but nobody has ever been able to pinpoint what beauty is. No, it seems impossible, because there exists nothing like beauty or ugliness. It is your interpretation. First you make the thing beautiful. This is why I say that first you create the trap and then you fall into it. First you think this face is beautiful. This is your creation. This is just your imagination. This is just your mind interpreting. This is not existential. This is just psychological. And then you yourself fall into the trap. You dig the hole and then you fall into it and then you cry for help. and then you cry for people to come to your salvation. Nothing is needed, says Tantra. You simply see the whole trick. It is your own creation. What do you mean that something is ugly? If man is not on the earth, will there be ugliness and beauty? Trees will be there, of course, and they will bloom, of course. Rains will come, and summer and seasons will follow one another. But there will be nothing like beautiful and ugly. It will disappear with man and his mind. The sun will rise, and in the night the sky will be filled with stars. But nothing will be beautiful and nothing will be ugly. It was just man creating noise. Now he is no more there. The interpretations have disappeared. What will be good and what will be bad? In nature nothing is good and nothing is bad. And remember, Tantra is the loose and the natural way. It wants to bring you to the deepest, most natural phenomena of life. It wants to help you drop from the mind. And mind creates distinctions, and mind says this is to be chosen and that has to be avoided. To this you cling, and that you avoid and escape from. Look at the whole phenomenon. Just a look is needed, nothing else. No practice is needed. Just a look at the whole situation. The moon is beautiful. Why? Because for centuries you have been indoctrinated that the moon is beautiful. For centuries poets have been singing about the moon. For centuries people have believed Tantra, the Supreme Understanding. 113 Osho. Chapter 8. Cut the root. Now it has become ingrained. Of course there are a few things which happen with the moon. It is very soothing. You feel calmed down, and the light of the moon gives a mysterious aroma to the whole nature. It gives a sort of hypnosis. You feel a little sleepy and awake, and things look more beautiful. It gives a dream-like quality to the world. That's why we call madmen lunatics. The word lunatic comes from the word luna, the moon. They have gone mad, moonstruck. The moon creates a sort of lunacy, the sort of madness, a neurosis. It may be concerned with the water in your body, just like the seed is affected by the moon and tides come. Your body is 90% seawater. If you ask the physiologists, they will say that something must be happening in the body because of the moon, because your body remains a part of the sea. Man has come from the sea to the earth. Basically, life was born in the sea. When the whole sea is affected, of course all sea animals are affected by the moon. They are part of the sea, and man has also come from the sea. Very, very long he has traveled, but it makes no difference. The body still reacts in the same way. 90% of your body is water, and not only water, sea water, with the same chemicals, same saltiness. In the womb the child swims for 9 months, floats in sea water. The mother's womb is filled with sea water. That's why when women are pregnant they start eating more salt. More salt is needed for their womb, to keep the same balance of saltiness. And the child passes through all the phases humanity has passed through. In the beginning he is just like a fish. He moves into the ocean of the mother's womb, floats. By and by, in 9 months he passes millions of years. Physiologists have come to realize that he passes through all the stages of life in 9 months. That may be that the moon affects you, but there is nothing like beauty. It is a chemical phenomenon. Certain eyes you feel are very beautiful. What is happening? Those eyes must have a quality, a chemical quality, an electric quality in them. They must be releasing some energy. You become affected by them. You say some eyes are hypnotic, like Adolf Hitler's eyes. Just the moment he sees you, something happens in you. You say eyes are very beautiful. What do you mean by beauty? You are affected. In fact, when you say something is beautiful, you are not saying that something is beautiful. You are saying that you are affected in a nice way. That's all. When you say something is ugly, you are saying that you are affected in an antagonistic way. You are repelled or you are attracted. When you are attracted, it is beauty. When you are repelled, it is ugly. But it is you, not the object, because the same object can attract somebody else. It happens every day. People are always amazed about other people. They say, that man has fallen in love with that woman. Amazing. Nobody can believe that this can't happen. That woman is ugly. But to that man, that woman is the very incarnation of beauty. What to do? There can be no objective criterion. There is none. Tantra says, remember, whenever you choose something, whenever you decide for this or against this, it is your mind playing tricks. Don't say the thing is beautiful. Just simply say, I am affected in a nice way, but the base remains I. If once you transfer the whole phenomenon on the object, then it can't never be solved, because from the first step you missed the root. The root is you. Tantra the Supreme Understanding 114 Osho. Chapter 8. Cut the root. So if you are affected, it means your mind is affected in a certain way. And then the defection, that being affected, creates the trap and you start moving. First you create the beautiful man and then you start chasing him. Then you run after him. And after a few days living with a beautiful man or woman, all fantasies fall to the ground. Suddenly you become aware, as if you have been deceived, that this woman looks ordinary. And you were thinking she was a Layla or a Juliet, or you were thinking he is a Majnun or a Romeo. And suddenly, after a few days, the dreams have evaporated and the woman has become ordinary, or the man has become ordinary. Then you feel disgusted, as if the other has deceived you. Nobody has deceived and nothing has fallen from the man or woman. It is your own fantasy that has fallen, because fantasies cannot be maintained. You can dream about them, but you cannot maintain them for a long time. Fantasies are fantasies. So if you really want to continue in your fantasy, then when you see the beautiful woman, immediately escape from her as far as you can. Then you will always remember her as the most beautiful woman in the world. Then the fantasy will never come in contact with reality. Then there will be no shattering. You can always sigh and sing and weep and cry for the beautiful woman, but never go near her. The nearer you come, the more reality, the more objective reality, reveals itself. And when there is a clash between objective reality and your fantasy, of course you know who is going to be defeated, your fantasy. Objective reality cannot be defeated. This is the situation. And Tantra says become aware, nobody is deceiving you except yourself. The woman was not trying to be very beautiful, she was not creating the fantasy around her, you created it around her, you believed it, and now you are at a loss what to do, because the fantasy cannot be continued against reality. The dream has to break, and that is the criterion. Hindus in the East have made a criterion of truth. They say truth is that which lasts forever, 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 and untruth is that which lasts only for a moment. No other distinction is there. The momentary is the untrue and the everlasting is the truth. And life is everlasting. Existence is everlasting. Mind is momentary, so whatsoever mind gives to life remains momentary. It is a color that the mind gives to the life. It is an interpretation. By the time the interpretation is complete, the mind has changed. You cannot maintain the interpretation because mind cannot be maintained for 2 consecutive moments in the same situation, in the same state. Mind goes on changing. Mind is a flux. It has already changed. By the time you realize that this man is beautiful, the mind has already changed. Now you will be falling in love with something which is there no more, even in your mind. Tantra says, understand the mechanism of the mind and cut the root. Don't choose, because when you choose you get identified. Whatsoever you choose you become, in a certain way, one with it. If you love a car, you become one with that car in a certain way. You come closer and closer. And if the car is stolen, something of your being is stolen. If something goes wrong with the car, something goes wrong with you. If you fall in love with a house, you become one with the house. Love means identification, coming so close, as if you put 2 wax candles closer, 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 and put them very close. They become one. The heat, the burning of the flame, by and by they become one. This is identification. 2 flames coming closer and closer and closer. They become one. Tantra, the Supreme Understanding 115 Osho. Chapter 8. Cut the root. And when you are identified with something, you have lost your soul. This is the meaning of losing your soul in the world. You have become identified with millions of things, and with everything a part of you has become the thing. Choice brings identification. Identification brings a hypnotic state of sleep. Guru Statute has only one thing to teach to his disciples, and that is not to be identified. His whole school, all his techniques, methods, situations, are based on one single base, and that base is not to be identified. You are crying. When you are crying, you have become one with the crying. There is nobody to watch it. There is nobody to see it. Be alert and aware of it. You are lost in crying. You have become the tears and the red, swollen eyes, and your heart is in a crisis. Teachers like Guru Statute, then they say not to be identified. They say, cry, nothing is wrong in it, but stand by the side and look at it. Don't be identified. And it is a wonderful experience if you can't stand by the side. Cry, let the body cry, let the tears flow. Don't suppress it, because suppression helps nobody, but stand by the side and watch. This can be done, because your inner being is a witness. It is never a doer. Whenever you think it is a doer, there is an identification. It is never a doer. You can walk the whole earth. Your inner being never walks a single step. You can dream millions of dreams. Your inner being never dreams a single dream. All movements are on the surface. Deep in the depth of your being there is no movement. All movements are on the periphery, just like a wheel moves. but at the center nothing moves. At that center everything remains as it is, and on the center the wheel moves. Remember the center. Watch your behavior, your actions, your identifications, and a distance is created. By and by a distance comes into existence. The watcher and the doer become two. You can see yourself laughing. You can see yourself crying. You can see yourself walking, eating, making love. You can add many things, whatsoever is going on around, and you remain here. You don't jump and become one with whatsoever you are seeing. This is the trouble. Whatsoever happens, you start saying, "You are hungry." You say, "I am hungry." You have become identified with the hunger. But just look inside. Are you hunger? Or is hunger happening to you? Are you hunger, or are you simply aware of the hunger happening in the body? You cannot be hunger. Otherwise, when the hunger has disappeared, where will you be? When you have eaten well and the belly is full and you are satiated, where will you be if you are hunger? Evaporated? No. Then immediately you become the satiety. Before the hunger disappears, a new identification has to be created. You become the satiety. You were a child and you thought you were a child. Now where are you, because you are no more a child? You have become a young man, or you have become old. Who are you now? Again, you are identified with youth or old age. The innermost being is just like the mirror. Whatsoever comes before it, it mirrors. It simply becomes a witness. Disease comes, or health, hunger or satiety, summer or winter, childhood or old age, birth or death. Whatsoever happens, happens before the mirror. That never happens to the mirror. This is non-identification. This is cutting the root, the very root, to become the mirror. And to me this is sannyas, to become like the mirror. Don't become like the very sensitive photo plate. That is Tantra, the Supreme Understanding 116 Osho. Chapter 8. Cut the root. Identification. Whatsoever comes before the lens of the camera, the photo plate immediately takes it in, becomes one with it. Become like the mirror. Things come and pass and the mirror remains vacant, empty, void. This is the no-self of Tilipok. The mirror has no self to be identified with. It simply reflects. It does not react. It simply responds. It doesn't say, "This is beautiful. That is ugly." An ugly woman stands before it. The mirror is as happy as when a beautiful woman stands before it. It makes no difference. It reflects whatsoever is the case, but it doesn't interpret. It doesn't say, "Go away. You disturb me very much," or "Come a little closer. You are so beautiful." The mirror says nothing. The mirror simply watches without any distinction, friend or foe. The mirror has no distinctions to make. And when somebody passes, goes away from the mirror doesn't cling to it. The mirror has no past. It is not that you have past and the mirror will cling a little to your phantom. It is not that the mirror will cling to your shadow a little while. It is not that the mirror will try to retain the reflection that has happened in it. No, you have passed. The reflection has gone. Not even for a single second the mirror retains it. This is the mind of a Buddha. You come before it. He is filled with you. You go away. You have gone. Not even the memory flashes. The mirror has no past. Neither has a Buddha. The mirror has no future. Neither has a Buddha. The mirror doesn't wait. Now who is coming before me? Now who am I going to reflect? I would like this person to come and not like that person. The mirror has no choice. He remains choiceless. Try to understand this metaphor of the mirror because this is the real situation of the inner consciousness. Don't get identified by things that are happening around you. You remain centered and rooted in your being. Things are happening and they will continue to happen, but if you can be centered in your mirror-like consciousness, nothing will be the same. The whole has changed. You remain virgin, innocent, pure. Nothing can become an impurity to you. Absolutely nothing, because nothing is retained. You reflect. For a moment somebody is there and then everything is gone. Your emptiness is untouched. Even while the mirror is reflecting somebody, there is nothing happening to the mirror. The mirror is not changing in any way. The mirror remains the same. This is cutting the very root. There are two types of people. One, who go on fighting with the symptoms, who go on fighting, not with the root cause, but just with the symptoms of the disease. For example, you have a fever, the 105 degrees fever. You can do one thing. You can go and take a good shower, a cold shower. That will cool down the body, that will bring the fever low. But you are fighting with the symptom because the temperature is not the disease. The temperature is simply an indication that something has gone wrong in the body. The body is in a turmoil. That's why the temperature has gone high. The body is in a crisis. Inside the body, something like a war is going on. Some germs are fighting with other germs. That's why the temperature has gone high. You are feeling hot. This heat is not the problem. This heat is just a symptom. This heat is very friendly to you. This heat simply shows you, do something. Inside there is a crisis. And if you treat the symptom, you will kill the patient. Putting ice on his head won't do. Giving him a cold shower won't help. It is destructive, because it will give a false coolness on the surface. But how? Just by giving a cold shower, can you hope that the inner turmoil and the inner fight in the germs will stop? They will continue and they will kill you. The fool is always treating the symptoms. The wise man looks to the root, to the very cause. He doesn't try to cool down the body, he tries to change the root cause of why the body is becoming Tantra the Supreme Understanding 117 Osho. Chapter 8. Cut the root. Hot. And when that root is changed, the cause is changed, the cause is treated, the temperature comes down by itself. Temperature is not the problem. But in life there are more fools than wise men. In medicine we have become wiser, but in life, still not. In life we go on doing foolish things. If you are angry, you start fighting with the anger. Anger is nothing but a temperature. It is exactly the temperature. It is a fever. If you are really angry, your body becomes hot. But that only shows that in your bloodstream some chemicals are being released. But that too is not the root either. Those chemicals are released for a certain reason, because you have created a situation in which either you will have to fight or take flight. When an animal is in a situation of danger, he has two choices. One choice is to fight, another choice is to escape. For both these choices certain poisons are needed in the blood. because when you fight you will need more energy than ordinarily. When you fight you will need more blood circulating than ordinarily. When you fight you will need emergency sources of energy to work, to function. The body has emergency sources. It collects poisons, hormones, many things in the glands. When the time comes and the need is there, it releases them into the bloodstream. That's why when you are angry you become almost 3 times more powerful than you are ordinarily. If your anger can be created, you can do many things you can never do ordinarily. You can't throw a big rock. Ordinarily you cannot even move it. In fight it will be needed. Nature provides. Or if you have to escape and run away, then energy will be needed because the enemy will chase you, follow you. Everything has changed. Man has created a civilization, a society, a culture, where animal situations no longer exist. But deep inside the mechanism remains the same. Whenever you are in a situation when you feel somebody is going to be aggressive to you, somebody is going to hit you, insult you, do some harm, immediately the body comes into the situation. It releases poisons in the bloodstream. Your temperature rises high. Your eyes become red. Your face is more filled with blood. You are ready to fight or take flight. This too is not the deepest thing because this too is just a help from the body. Anger on the face, anger in the body, are not real things. They follow your mind. They follow your interpretation. It can be that there was nothing. In a lonely street on a dark night, you pass, you see a lamppost. You think it is a ghost. Immediately the body has released something in the bloodstream. The body is preparing to fight the ghost or escape. Your mind interpreted the lamppost as a ghost. Immediately the body follows. You think somebody is your enemy. The body follows. You think somebody is a friend. The body follows. So the root cause is in the mind. It is in your interpretation. Buddha says, think that the whole earth is your friend. Why? Jesus says, even forgive your enemies. Not only that, even love your enemies. Why? Buddha and Jesus are trying to change your interpretations, but Tilipa goes still higher. He says, even if you think that all are your friends, you continue to think in terms of friendship and enmity. Even if you love the enemy, you think that he is the enemy. You love because Jesus has said. Of course, you will be in a better situation than an ordinary man who hates the enemy. Less anger will happen to you. But Tilipa says to think that someone is an enemy, to think that someone is a friend, is to divide. You have already fallen into the trap. Nobody is a friend and nobody is an enemy. This is the highest teaching. Tantra the Supreme Understanding 118 Osho. Chapter 8. Cut the root. Sometimes Tilipa surpasses even Buddha and Jesus. Maybe the reason is that Buddha was talking to the masses and Tilipa is talking to Naropa. When you talk to a very developed disciple, you can bring the highest down. When you talk to the masses you have to make compromises. I was talking to the masses for 15 years continuously. Then by and by I felt I have to drop it. I was talking to thousands of people. But when you talk to 20,000 people you have to compromise. You have to come down. Otherwise it will be impossible for them to understand. Seeing this I dropped it. Now I like to talk only to Naropas. And you may not be aware, Even if a single new person comes here and I am not aware that a new person is there, he changes the whole atmosphere. He brings you down and suddenly I feel that I have to make a compromise. The higher you go, the higher your energy, the higher teaching can be delivered to you. And the moment comes when Naropa becomes perfect. Tilipa becomes silent. Then there is no need to say anything, because even saying is a compromise. Then silence suffices. Then silence is enough. Then just sitting together is enough. Then the master sits with the disciple. They don't do anything, they just remain together. And then only the highest glimpse happens. So it depends on the disciples. It will depend on you. How much you can allow me to bring to you. It is not only for your own understanding. Of course, that is there, but it will depend on you how much I can bring to the earth because it is going to come through you. Jesus has very ordinary disciples in that way, very ordinary, because he is starting the thing and he is to make compromises with foolish things. Jesus is going to be caught in the night and the disciples are asking, Master, tell us, in the kingdom of God you will, of course, be sitting to the right of God, on the right side of the throne, but we 12, what will be our hierarchical situation? How will we be sitting? Who will be sitting by the side of you? And who next? Jesus is going to die and these foolish disciples are asking something absurd. And they are worried in the kingdom of God what will be the hierarchy, who will be next to Jesus. Of course, Jesus. They can see that much, that Jesus will be next to God. But then who will be next to Jesus? Foolish egos. And Jesus has to compromise with these people. That's why Jesus' teachings could not go to that height where Buddha can go easily because he is not talking to such foolish people. Never in his life has a single person asked such a foolish thing. But nothing to compare with Tilipa. He never talked to the masses. He searched for a single man, a single developed soul, Naropa, and said, because of you, Naropa, I will tell you things which cannot be told, because of you and your trust. I have to. That's why the teaching has gone, taken to flight to the very farthest corner of the sky. Now try to understand the sutra. Cut the root of a tree and the leaves will wither. Cut the root of your mind and samsara. The world falls. The light of any lamp dispels in a moment the darkness of long kalpas, long ages, millennia. The strong light of the mind in but a flash will burn the veil of ignorance. Cut the roots of a tree and the leaves will wither. But people ordinarily try to cut off the leaves. That is not the way. The root cannot wither that way. On the contrary, if you cut off the Tantra, the Supreme Understanding 119 shows, Chapter 8. Cut the root. Leaves, more leaves will come into the tree. You cut off one leaf, 3 will come. Because by your cutting off the leaves, the roots become more active to protect. So every gardener knows how to make a tree dense and thick. You just go on pruning. It will become thicker and thicker and thicker. Because you give a challenge to the roots. You cut off one leaf. The roots will send 3 to protect the body of the tree. Because leaves are the body surface of the tree. Leaves are not just there for your enjoyment, to see and for you to sit under the shade. No, leaves are the tree's body surface. Through leaves the tree absorbs sun rays. Through leaves the tree releases vapor. Through leaves the tree is in contact with the cosmos. The leaves are the skin of the tree. You cut off one leaf and the roots take the challenge. They send 3 instead. They become more alert. They cannot remain sleepy. Somebody is trying to destroy them and they have to protect. And the same happens in life also, because life is also a tree. Roots and leaves are there. If you cut anger, 3 leaves will come instead. You will be thrice angry. If you cut sex, you will become abnormally obsessed with sex. Cut anything and watch and you will see that thrice is happening to you. And then the mind will say, cut more, this is not enough. Then you cut more and then more comes of it. Then you are in a vicious circle. The mind will go on, cut more, it is still not enough. That's why so many leaves are coming. You can cut all the branches. It will make no difference because the tree exists in the root, not in the leaves. Identification is the root and everything else is nothing but leaves. Being identified with greed, being identified with anger, being identified with sex, is the root. And remember, it is the same whether you are identified with greed, or sex, or even meditation. Love, moksha, God, it makes no difference. It is the same identification. Being identified is the root, and all else is just like leaves. Don't cut the leaves. Leave them. Nothing is wrong in them. That's why Tantra does not believe in improving your character. It may give you a good shape. If you prune a tree, you can make any shape out of it. But the tree remains the same. Character is just an outer shape, but you remain the same. No transmutation happens. Tantra goes deeper and says, cut the root. That's why Tantra was misunderstood too much. Because Tantra says, if you are greedy, be greedy. Don't bother about greed. If you are sexual, be sexual. Don't bother about it at all. The society cannot tolerate such a teaching. What are these people saying? They will create chaos. They will destroy the whole order. But they have not understood that only Tantra changes the society, the man, the mind, nothing else, and only Tantra brings the real order, the natural flowering of the inner discipline, nothing else. But it is a very deep process. You have to cut the root. Watch greed, watch sex, watch anger, possessiveness, jealousy. One thing has to be remembered, you don't get identified, you simply watch, you simply look, you become the spectator. By and by, the quality of witnessing grows, you become able to see all the nuances of greed. It is very subtle. You become capable of seeing how subtly the ego functions, how subtle are its ways. It is not a gross thing, it is very subtle and delicate and deep hidden. The more you watch, the more your eyes become capable of seeing, become more perceptive. The more you see and deeper you can move, and the more distance is created between you and whatsoever you do. Distance helps because without distance there can be no perception. How can you see the thing which is too close? If you are standing too close to a mirror, you cannot see Tantra, the Supreme Understanding. 120 Osho. Chapter 8. Cut the root. Your reflection. If your eyes are touching the mirror, how can you see? The distance is needed. and nothing can give you a distance except witnessing. You try it and see. Move into sex. Nothing is wrong in it, but remain the watcher. Watch all the movements of the body. Watch the energy flowing in and out. Watch how the energy is falling downwards. Watch the orgasm. What is happening? How two bodies move in a rhythm. Watch the heart beat. Faster and faster it goes. A moment comes when it is almost mad. Watch the warmth of the body. The blood circulates more. Watch the breathing. It is going mad and chaotic. Watch the moment when a limit comes to your voluntariness and everything becomes involuntary. Watch the moment from where you could have come back, but beyond that there is no return. The body becomes so automatic all control is lost. Just a moment before the ejaculation you lose all control. The body takes over. Watch it. The voluntary processes, the non-voluntary process. The moment when you were in control and you could have gone back, the return was possible, and the moment when you cannot come back, the return has become impossible. Now the body has taken over completely. You are no more in control. Watch everything, and millions of things are there. Everything is so complex and nothing is as complex as sex, because the whole bottom mean is involved, only the witness is not involved. Only one thing remains always outside. The witness is an outsider. By its very nature the witness can never become an insider. Find out this witness and then you are standing on the top of the hill, and everything goes in the valley and you are not concerned. You simply see. What is your concern? It is as if it is happening to somebody else. And it is the same with greed, and it is the same with anger. Everything is very complex. And you will enjoy it if you can watch negative, positive, all the emotions. You simply remember one thing, that you have to be a watcher. Then the identification is broken. Then the rope is cut. And once the rope is cut, once you think you are not the doer, everything suddenly changes. And the change is sudden. There is no gradualness to it. Cut the root of the tree and the leaves will wither. Cut the root of your mind and some forth falls. The moment you cut the root of the mind, the identification with it, the sun forth falls, the whole world falls like a house of cards. Just a small wind of awareness and the whole house falls. Suddenly you are here, but no more in the world. You have transcended. You can live just the old way, doing the old things, but nothing is old, because you are no longer the old. You are a perfectly new being. This is rebirth. Hindus call it DWIJ, twice born. A man who has attained to this is twice born. This is a second birth, and this is the birth of the soul. This is what Jesus means by resurrection. Resurrection is not the rebirth of the body, it is a new birth of consciousness. Cut the root of your mind and sun forth falls. The light of any lamp dispels in a moment the darkness of long kalpas. Long ages. So don't be worried about how sudden light will dispel the darkness of many millions of lives. It dispels it because darkness has no density to it. Darkness has no substance to it. Whether one moment old or many thousands of years old, it is the same. Absence cannot grow more or less. Absence remains the same. Light is substantial. It is something. Darkness is just an absence. The light is there and darkness is there no more. Tantra the Supreme Understanding 121 Osho. Chapter 8. Cut the root. It is not that the darkness is dispelled really, because there was nothing to be dispelled. It is not that when you burn the light, the darkness goes out. There was nothing to go out. In fact, there was nothing, just the absence of light. Light comes and darkness is not. The strong light of the mind in but a flash will burn the veil of ignorance. Buddhists used mind into senses, mind with a small m and mind with a capital M. When they used mind with a capital M, they mean the witness, consciousness. When they used mind with a small m, they mean the witnessed. And both are mind. That's why they use the same word for both, with just the small difference, with a capital M. With a capital M you are the witness, and with a small m you are the witnessed. Thoughts, emotions, anger, greed, everything. Why use the same word? Why create confusion? There is a reason for it. Because when the mind with a capital M arises, the mind with a small m is simply absorbed in it. As rivers fall into the ocean, the millions of minds around the great mind all fall into it. The energy is reabsorbed. Greed, anger, jealousy, they were energies moving outwards, centrifugally. Suddenly when the mind with capital M arises, the witness sits there silently watching, and all the rivers change their course. They were going centrifugally towards the periphery. Suddenly they turn back. They become centrifugal. They start falling into the great mind. Everything is absorbed. That's why the same word is used. The strong light of the mind in but a flash will burn the veil of ignorance. Just in a single moment all ignorance is burned. This is sudden enlightenment. Whoever clings to mind sees not the truth of what's beyond the mind. If you cling to the mind, thoughts, emotions, then you will not be able to see that which is beyond the mind, the great mind, because if you cling, how can you see it? If you cling, your eyes are closed by your clinging. And if you cling to the object, how can you see the subject? This clingingness has to be dropped. Whoever clings to mind is identified, and sees not the truth of what's beyond the mind. Whoever strives to practice Dharma finds not the truth of beyond practice. All practice is of the mind. Whatsoever you do is of the mind. Only witnessing is not of the mind. Remember this. So, even while you are doing meditation, remain the witness. Continuously see what is happening. You are whirling in a dervish meditation. Whirl as fast as you can, but remain the witness inside and go on seeing that the body is whirling. The body goes on, faster and faster and faster, and the faster the body goes, the deeper you feel that your center is not moving. You are standing still. The body moves like a wheel. You stand still just in the middle of it. The faster the body goes, the deeper you realize the fact that you are not moving, and the distance is created. Tantra the Supreme Understanding 122 Osho. Chapter 8. Cut the root. Whatsoever you are doing, even meditation, I make no exception. Don't cling to meditation either, because a day has to come when even that clinging has to be dropped. Meditation becomes perfect when it was dropped. When there is perfect meditation, you need not meditate. So keep it constantly in your awareness that meditation is just a bridge. It has to be passed over. A bridge is not the place to make your house. You have to pass it and go beyond it. Meditation is a bridge. You have to be watchful about it also, otherwise you may stop being identified with anger, greed, and you may start being identified with meditation, compassion. Then you are in the same trap again. Through another door you have entered the same house. It happened once. Mullah Nasruddin came to the town bar and he was already too drunk. So the barkeeper told him, "You go away. You are already drunk and I cannot give you any more. You just go back to your house." But he was insisting, so the barkeeper had to throw him out. He walked a long distance in search of another bar. Then he came to the same bar from another door, entered, looked at the man with a little suspicion because he looked familiar. The barman said, "I have told you once and forever that tonight I am not going to give you anything. You get away from here." Mullah was insisting again. He was thrown out again. He walked a long distance in search of another bar, but in that town there was only one bar. Again, from the third door, he entered, looked at the man who looked so familiar. Mullah said, "What is the matter? Do you own all the bars in the town? This happens. You are thrown out from one door. You enter from another door. You were identified with your anger, your lust. Now you become identified with your meditation. You were identified with your sexual pleasure. Now you become identified with the ecstasy that meditation gives. Nothing is different. The town has only one bar. Don't try to enter the same bar again and again. And from wherever you enter you will find the same donor. That is the witness. Be mindful of it. Otherwise much energy is unnecessarily wasted. Long distances you travel to enter into the same thing again. Whoever clings to mind sees not the truth of what's beyond the mind. What is beyond the mind? You. What is beyond the mind? Consciousness. What is beyond the mind? Saturday Chip Anand. Truth, consciousness, bliss. Whoever strives to practice dharma finds not the truth of BYONDPRACTICE. And whatsoever you practice, remember, practice cannot lead you to the natural, the loose and the natural, because practice means practicing something which is not there. Practicing means always practicing something artificial. Nature has not to be practiced. There is no need, it is already there.